Got it.
We're on. Are we ready? All right. I call to order the Iowa City Council formal meeting for February 18th, 2020, here at City Hall. And we welcome all of you here today. And this is your City Hall, and so we're happy that you're here with us. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Here.
Mims.
Here.
Salee.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
Awesome. Well, item number 2, we have some student leadership awards to give out for Hoover Elementary, and I'm going to call you all up here. Great, thank you. And I'm going to stand in the middle of you two. So we have 2 outstanding student leaders in our community, and so happy that you're here with us today. And I know that you all both have some prepared thoughts that you want to share with us. So how about we start with you, Calvin?
Hello, I'm Calvin O'Brien from Hoover Elementary. I'm here to talk about my personal volunteer experiences. I've done a few food and clothing drives. I did it for the people who needed it most. I've helped out my parents' cookie store, Cookies and More, by setting out trays and putting sheets on them. I also put toppings on cookies. I've also helped out at school. I helped a younger class get notified about our school by being in student council. This year, I helped a student translate from Spanish to English because he couldn't himself. Thank you for listening.
And Calvin, do you have some people here with you today?
Yep.
Let's wave. Where are you all? Thanks for coming and supporting Calvin and his journey in Iowa City. So thank you. And then we have Tally, also, who is a student leader and receiving this award today. And you have a few words you want to say.
Hi, my name is Tally Clements. I'm in 6th grade at Hoover Elementary. I've volunteered in my neighborhood by picking up trash. I've also volunteered by doing kindergarten roundup. Throughout my elementary years, I've done student council, recycling, and I'm currently doing safety patrol. I'm so honored to be receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you also have family here with you today and some friends as well. Wave. There they are. Thanks to all of you coming to support them. So there are 2 student leadership awards that I'm going to give you, and both of your names can be inserted in here, which they're very identical, but the difference is the names. So this student leadership award is for your outstanding qualities of leadership within Hoover Elementary, as well as the community, and for your sense of responsibility and helpfulness to others. We recognize Calvin O'Brien and Tally Clements. As an outstanding student leader, your community is proud of you, presented by the Iowa City Council. Thanks to both of you for all that you do in this community. Thanks. We're going to move on to item number 3 on the agenda, which is the state of the city. And it is my duty and privilege tonight to address the Iowa City Council, the Iowa City community on the state of the city. I would like to start by thanking the people in Iowa City. We have a lot to celebrate. Tonight, I'm proud to share highlights of what we've done as a community and some lofty goals we are working towards achieving in the year ahead. I want to take a moment to recognize all past council members, especially recently retired Mayor Jim Throgmorton and Councilmember Rockne Cole. Cities are built over decades and are constantly evolving. We as a community have come to love the city of Iowa City, thanks in large part to the past elected leaders of this community who have collectively built a strong foundation for us today. I would like to thank the current council members, city staff, Iowa City residents, and the broader community for welcoming me as the new mayor of Iowa City. The trust you place in me is an honor, and I'm humbled by the opportunity to serve in this role. I also want to congratulate our Mayor Pro Tem, Mazahir Salih, with whom I'm excited to work with to help navigate and ensure momentum of the community and council priorities. As I think of city government and the inevitable changes in leadership, I'm personally thankful for the current roster of council colleagues before you today. I eagerly look forward to working with Councilor Burgess, Mims, Taylor, Thomas, and Weiner as we refine our strategic plan and continue to work on the present issues in our community, including climate action, social justice and racial equity, affordable housing, and stronger public transit. I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to the more than 600 city staff members who work each and every day to ensure the residents and businesses of Iowa City are served at the highest levels. Iowa City is blessed to have a top-notch employee group that continually pursues ways to enhance our services in public spaces. A generous thank you to our city manager, Jeff Fruin, whose leadership guides city staff in carrying out daily operations with efficiency and quality. This unparalleled support provides the City Council with the resources to focus on the policy matters and investments that continue to drive Iowa City's long-term growth, fostering prosperity for all members of our community. I would like to highlight a few ongoing efforts that I believe are of critical importance to our community. While I am proud of the progress we have made in many areas, I know this council recognizes the shortfalls and additional progress that needs to be made, progress we are collectively committed to this next year. Climate action. Climate impacts are far-reaching and influence many aspects of the community life here in Iowa City. From transportation options to affordable housing, local climate initiatives will connect directly to these quality of life issues. In 2019, city staff presented a 100-day report with over 60 actions that could accelerate our progress toward Iowa City carbon emission reduction goals. The council's newly created Climate Action Commission is currently reviewing that report, and we look forward to seeing their recommendations. The council has supported the creation of a Climate Action Division to be housed in the city manager's office. This team of 3 staff will be charged with fostering relationships, creating awareness, and building the support needed to carry out the city's climate initiatives. Their technical expertise and focused effort to engage our community in these actions will keep Iowa City moving forward in our endeavor to lead the way on response climate action. Importantly, both the Climate Action Division and Advisory Commission will maintain a focus on equity through their work, ensuring those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change are prioritized in our actions. I fully expect Iowa City will establish itself as a national leader when it comes to climate action at a local level. It is my hope, and a hope shared by the council and city staff, that we not only meet our goals, but help inspire others throughout the state and across the nation to take similar action in the face of climate change. Affordable housing. For the last several years, Iowa City has worked diligently to increase access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing. For 3 consecutive years, the Iowa City has been committed to $1 million annually in local funds to supplement state and federal housing dollars received for local support. These city allocated funds have helped leverage millions of additional dollars, and we are seeing significant investments in housing access throughout our community as a result. The Iowa City Housing Authority successfully secured approximately 60 new vouchers from the federal government, which will immediately benefit members of our community. This combined with Shelter House's successful opening of Cross Park Place have greatly increased our ability to provide permanent supportive housing to our most vulnerable residents. 2020 will see first sales for the South District Home Ownership Program. Housing units in this program are being sold to neighborhood residents who will benefit from affordable home mortgages and additional investment in renewable energy and energy efficiencies. Even with these new efforts, affordable housing remains a challenge for many in our community. Myself and the council remain committed to opening doors of opportunity and seeking solutions to this ongoing issue. Social justice and racial equity. I am proud that Iowa City has made social justice and racial equity a top priority for the last several years. Make no mistake, we have significant work to do ahead of us, but it is evident that we are making meaningful progress in several key areas. We have actively worked to build relationships through outreach programs of our departments, offer training for our staff, board, commission members, and the general public, and partner with community organizations through our particular and popular social justice and racial equity grant program. City staff implemented a racial equity toolkit. And this program, which has resulted in the elimination of fines for children's materials at the library and a new utility assistance donation program. Our police department has made reducing disproportionate minority contact a priority, and they provide public records on the progress to that goal every year. Lastly, we have greatly increased our financial support of local nonprofit organizations through programs like Aid to Agencies. We are very excited to contribute $2.5 million to the Behavioral Access Center. And this is where the Johnson County is spearheading, and it is supported by our neighboring communities as well. While the city scored a perfect score on the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equity Index for the 6th consecutive year, this measure does not stop the council or city staff from evaluating and proposing new ways to build more just and equitable opportunities for the Iowa City community. More work lies ahead in 2020 and beyond, but I can speak with confidence that this work will continue to be a priority of this city council. Mobility. In recent weeks, the public has been invited to provide feedback to proposed changes generated from a recent transit study. Through this feedback, and with the study closing in a few months, the energy in the community that exists to enhance our transit system is quite impressive. The council is eager to see what recommendations come from the study and are open to consider the ways in which we can alter and expand the system to better meet the needs of our residents, while also making measurable progress towards our climate action goals. In addition to a focus on our transit system, the city has made significant progress toward its goal of achieving Gold Bicycle-Friendly Community status. Last year, we saw bike lanes added to Mormon Track, Dodge, and Governor. The Foster Road extension was completed with bike lanes connecting the Iowa River Trail to the Prairie du Chien corridor. These investments are not simple in providing these bike lanes, but they increase the safety of our streets for vehicles and pedestrians. We look forward to more improvements in the coming year, including the completion of the McAllister extension to Sycamore Street and the initiation of the American Legion Road improvement from Scott to Taft Avenue. The multi-modal emphasis on these two projects especially will be significant value to the public. Prioritizing pedestrian safety and comfort remains a key strategy for the council. The renovations to the downtown pedestrian mall renovations highlight this focus, while work continues to improve curb ramps and pursue sidewalk infill, such as the Rochester infill project completed in 2019 that helps create a safer walking environment to Regina Catholic Educational Center. Parks and Recreation. The Iowa City Council remains committed to the improvement and maintenance of more than 40 public parks, as well as trails and natural areas. We continue to systematically upgrade parks in all corners of the city, while simultaneously making them more accessible for all users. This spring, we'll see the finishing touches put on new riverfront crossings, which now prominently features an installation designed by renowned artist Kenneth Snelson. I've been working on that. This spring, we'll also see the opening of brand new playgrounds at Willow Creek Park and City Park. This past year, we saw the completion of Highway 1 trail from Sunset to Mormon Track, and a grant has been secured for a trail extension on Highway 6, which will be completed in 2021 to 2022. Looking ahead, I am very excited to the 2020 improvements at various parks, including Weatherby, Scott, Napoleon, and Fair Meadows. In 2020, city staff will also kick off a master plan process for our recreational centers, pools, and athletic fields. I am eager to see what ideas the community has for updates to these important components to our recreation offerings and community centers in Iowa City. Furthermore, city programs for recreation, social, and educational opportunities for youth through senior adults continues to evolve, with an emphasis on engaging a multitude of residents with varying backgrounds, cultures, interests, and incomes, which also intersects the social justice focus of this council. In closing, the City Council has a full plate in the coming year, and I am excited to work alongside this team to make sure we continue to make meaningful progress, not only in priority areas, but also across facets of city policy and administration. While doing so, we need to remain committed to ensuring fiscal responsibility and stability, while also being mindful of the needs of our staff as they work to keep this community safe, secure, and desirable place to call home. I am proud that the fiscal year 21 budget that the city will be adopting in March makes such critical investments in our staff by adding more than a dozen positions while also increasing the minimum wage to $13.25 and on our way to $15 an hour. At the same time, the budget keeps reserve levels in a strong position and allows the council to drop property tax rates for the 9th consecutive year. Thank you to the City Council, staff, board, commissions, and everyone in our community who work to strengthen and grow Iowa City. I am honored to be your mayor and look forward to working with you all in 2020. Moving on to item number 4, which is our consent calendar. Oh, actually, we are
Minus 9.
4 through 9, which is the consent calendar. Could I get a motion to approve consent calendar with the removal of 9H and 9I?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Teller, seconded by Salee. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes?
Thomas.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to items 9H and 9I.
Yeah, I had asked those to be broken out because I wanted to get a better understanding of these particular items, which had to do with establishing no parking on Elm Ridge and Raven Street. And so it's
12 million.
hoping to hear from staff what the process was in terms of arriving at that conclusion.
Hi, Tracy Heisch with Neighborhood Development Services. We had talked about this at the last time we had a same type of incident happen and about the process that we go through there. Since then, we get a complaint from or concern from streets, garbage, fire, whatever it is, that on a 25-foot street, they went out there. If you have two cars parked parallel to each other, we can't get our whatever equipment that we're trying, whether it's a snow plow or whatever, we can't get through. We have our MPO staff go out there and verify it. They come back. They send out a letter to all the residents on that street telling them what the proposed action is going to be when the council meets, and they can contact staff with any questions. When we get those emails, we ask the resident if we can forward those on to the council. I believe all of them said yes, so those are the correspondence you received in your packet. And then we put it on the consent calendar, and then you consider the action.
So there wasn't an actual meeting in the
There's a letter, not a meeting.
letter, not a meeting. Because in looking at some of the correspondence, I mean, there were a few people, I think, in both cases who expressed concern as to whether this is really what we should do, and at least open up the opportunity to have a conversation. Both of these streets are relatively short segments, as I recall.
I believe so.
So it seemed like it does kind of lend itself to sort of a neighborhood scale engagement where staff would meet with the community and discuss what some of the options might be. And I know I have raised in the past, when this issue has come up, the notion that since the issue is when cars park directly opposite one another, the residents were saying, could we not post that, stating avoid having that condition occur? That would be one option. The other option that I had suggested and had hoped would be offered to the residents as an option would be alternating parking from one side of the street to the other, creating what sometimes is referred to as a checkerboard pattern. So you avoid having cars parked opposed to one another, because in part one of the issues is, and this was referenced on Raven, once you limit parking to one side of the street only, it can, depending on the circumstances on that street, induce higher speeds. And that was mentioned because for Raven, because some speed humps were put in on Friendship, which seems to have perhaps moved traffic onto Raven and created some cut-through driving conditions there. So the benefit of having cars on both sides of the street is that it does narrow the perceived width of the street and can discourage speeding. But that's just an option, is the way I viewed it. So I don't know how other counselors feel, but I personally would be interested in having that opportunity for the neighbors to have that conversation with staff and among themselves as to how to move forward.
I think the key difference on the neighborhood engagement scale is whether it's initiated by the neighborhood or initiated by staff. In this case, you have the pictures from our plow driver who couldn't get up and down the street.
Right.
Therefore, we move a little bit quicker. We also don't have enforcement staff that work on they have their hands full with just kind of the inner neighborhoods of downtown. So any type of regulation that needs constant monitoring and enforcement becomes a concern, because we really don't have the service level to back that up. So going to one side of the street or the other is pretty straightforward. It's pretty intuitive for those parking on there. And in these particular locations, I don't think the capacity of parking on the street is a challenge. In other words, there's not that many people parking on the street to where people are going to be displaced onto other side streets. So for us, it's a fairly straightforward process. Understanding some of the neighbors aren't happy, we can go back and engage the neighborhood. But every time this type of thing comes up, if we do a 2 or 3 month long engagement, it's workload issue for staff. Everything gets bumped back a little bit. So when they tend to be pretty straightforward, we can't get a plow down the street, we take a path of least resistance and move that parking to one side.
Before we move much farther, let's get a motion to accept items 9H and 9I on the floor.
Can I get a motion to accept 9H and 9I, please?
Second.
Moved by Solis, seconded by Mims. All in favor?
Well, to be more discussion.
Oh, just to get, all right, and we're still in discussion. All right, got it. So, did anyone else want to make a comment on 9H?
I just wanted to clarify that, you know, that with either approach, the one I had been advocating for, the checkerboard pattern would be signed, so it would be clear where parking would be permitted, in the same manner that parking only on one side of the street would be signed. So it would be pretty clear to the residents as to what the limits of the checkerboard pattern would be, and it's just that it would have signage on both sides of the street.
Yeah, as I recall our discussions on that from the last time, my sense is that the council was comfortable with what staff was doing, in that the checkerboard pattern, you create this weaving in and out, which is difficult for the larger city vehicles. I think, to me, it leaves you with even a bigger mess when it comes to plowing than if you're at least getting one whole side of the street done. So I'm comfortable moving forward with what staff has recommended.
Just wanted to add that Emily did get back to one of the tenants, basically saying, we do not offer odd even calendar parking outside of the downtown area and only prohibit parking, and prohibiting parking on one day of the week does not ensure vehicles will not park on street when snow plows or trucks or emergency vehicles need access to that street. So we don't offer the odd even outside of the downtown area.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
Weiner?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to item number 10, which is community comment. And this is a time where people within the community can come up and share anything that is not on the formal agenda. In the back, there are stickers that you can fill out that you'll put your name and your address, and it'll be easy for you to stick it on the, there's a form there. We'll ask that you state your name and also either place the sticker there or write your name and your address. Seeing there is no community comment, we are going to move on to item number 11, planning and zoning matters. 11A zoning code text amendment related to animal-related commercial uses. Ordinance to amend Title 14 zoning related to animal-related commercial uses. Hello.
Evening. What up with you here? Evening, Mayor, Council, Danielle Sitzman, NDS, she, her, hers. This is a text change to our zoning code, as mentioned. It's based on an application submitted by Phil O'Brien requesting an amendment to the zoning code to allow animal-related commercial uses in our commercial highway CH1 zone to allow for the development of a community-based indoor dog park and recreation center on North Dodge Street, just north of I-80. The proposed community-based indoor dog park at this point is conceptually planned to include approximately 2,200 square feet of in size, including a full-service restaurant, retail space, pet-friendly co-lab office spaces, rentable meeting spaces, an elevated on-leash walking track, over 15,000 square feet of agility and modular space for off-leash activities or custom events, and a dog-friendly diving pool area. Being mostly indoors with some contained outdoor space and walking trails, the applicant maintains that the facility would have minimal impact to any neighborhood businesses in the way of sound or outdoor activities, and the applicant envisions this use as having a regional draw in its customer base. Shown here, outlined in yellow, the location. This is shown, again, the location in the context of the current zoning. The subject zoning, as I said, is CH1 highway commercial. Aside from the recreational center component, the proposed uses described above or previously would be allowed by right in this zone. Staff feels that the subject property is appropriate therefore appropriately zoned to CH1 highway commercial and fits the direction of the comprehensive plan. In addition, due to the subject property's distance from residential zones and adjacency to our more intense land uses, staff supports changing the zoning code text to allow this additional use in this district. As far as our current regulations go and how this code change would work and what is being proposed tonight, there are several steps. First would be to look at the changing the definitions section to add animal daycare and indoor animal recreation as definitions and including them in the general subgroup of animal-related commercial uses. There's also a definition needed for private outdoor animal recreation as well. The second step would then be applying those definitions to a zoning district and assigning them to the CH1 zoning district. This is the overview of where the general animal-related commercial uses are allowed in a variety of our commercial zones. You can see CH1 is blank. The process would be then to add those definitions into CH1 so that they would be allowable uses in that district. They would be allowed provisionally, meaning by right, but with additional requirements or criteria that provisions would have to be made to accommodate that particular use. As far as the outdoor animal component would be, code change would require allowing that by a separate process, a more stringent process going before the Board of Adjustment as a special exception noted here in this table with an S. There would be additional criteria on top of those provisional criteria intended to regulate the impacts of having an outdoor private animal recreation area. Staff proposed 7 of these additional criteria, and the Planning Commission did support those. And that would be the fourth and final step for implementing this code change for this particular use. When reviewing code changes, staff uses several basic criteria common to all rezoning processes, including consistency with the comprehensive plan and compatibility with the neighborhood. In this case, we did evaluate this particular use and found it to be both in keeping with the vision of the comprehensive plan and generally compatible with the existing commercial neighborhood. Trying to then kind of go a little bit beyond our normal review criteria, staff did also look and analyze where else this impact would have an effect if it were to change for all CH1 zones. Shown in this map in the kind of lime green is where all of our properties that are currently zoned CH1 throughout the entire city are located. It's a very small use of this zoning district, and it would be a very narrow application of this code change across the city. And then finally, staff did also look at what other cities are doing and how they regulate these uses, reviewed some of the peer cities' zoning ordinances, and found that based our recommendations for those criteria on what we found there and what we thought to be reasonable. And our proposed separation distances, for example, are a little bit more strict perhaps than some of our peer cities. So as far as process goes, this comes before you for an ordinance consideration and then would be made part of our city code. Based on the review of the relevant criteria and potential impacts, staff drafted and recommended approval of the proposed zoning code text changes. And at their January 16th meeting by a vote of 7-0, the Planning and Zoning Commission did vote to recommend approval of this code change. And that concludes my staff report. Happy to answer questions.
I'm going to open up the public hearing before we have council questions. Open in public hearing. And are there any questions for Danielle? By staff? By council? All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? Seeing there is none. For counselors?
I'm very much in favor and excited about this project. I think it's a very unique and great use of that area that's been kind of neglected for a while. It's pretty well known that I'm a cat person, so I've been really amazed at the number of dogs that there really are in this community. But I do have a very wonderful grand puppy, a very large German Shepherd, and I know that he would just absolutely love a facility like this, and I think my daughter and her husband and the grandkids would love taking him to something like this. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like the zoning here is being triggered by an actual request, which is kind of an interesting concept in a spot which I think has been difficult to find an appropriate use for. So it seems like a very good idea.
I've lived places in the world where where dogs are allowed in restaurants and other places. So it's actually a refreshing concept to find a venue where that could be possible here.
I wanted to ask the council if they're inclined to support P&Z recommendations.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Weiner. Council discussion?
I would just add, I think this is a great use. I think it's a great change to the code, and I think they will be very successful because, as Pauline indicated, there are a lot of dog lovers in this community and around, and I think a training facility, I've got neighbors who train their dogs for competition, and they travel out of town to do that sort of stuff, so I think it'll be real positive.
Roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Item 11B, fringe area rezoning, north of Iowa City along the west side of Highway 1 Northeast. Letter to Johnson County Planning and Zoning Commission in support of a rezoning from county agricultural to county residential for 115 acres of land located in unincorporated Johnson County, north of Iowa City along the west side of Highway 1 Northeast and the fringe area A of the North Corridor. County north of Iowa City along the west side of Highway 1 Northeast and fringe area A of the North Corridor. Could I get a motion to approve the letter?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Salee. And hello.
Hello, Mayor.
Yes.
This is an application submitted by Deborah Mulford for a rezoning of approximately 115 acres from county agricultural A to county residential R. The subject area is currently being used for farming, and there are no residences or buildings on the land at present, shown here outlined in the white. This is again the property in the context of its current zoning, A, agricultural in green in the county, and R, residential in yellow. A little refresher from our recent work session. Land use regulation is under the authority of the county for land outside of city limits, not in an incorporated city. However, state law allows cities to establish a 2-mile extraterritorial area known as a fringe area beyond our city boundaries for the purposes of reviewing and approving subdivisions. State law also grants cities the authority to require that subdivisions in those areas adhere to the city's subdivision regulations, unless the city establishes an alternative standard set forth in an agreement between the city and the county. The city and the county do have a fringe area agreement at this time, and we would review applications under that. The current agreement categorizes land into 3 fringe areas A, B, and C. These areas are then further subdivided into 2 categories, either within or without the city's growth boundary. The growth boundary is what we talked about just recently at that work session, and it is intended to define the city's potential corporate limits as it grows or is most likely to grow in the near future. And in near future terms in planning, we're talking 20 to 40 years. So. This subject property is within the city fringe area. It's within that 2 miles of our corporate boundary and subject to the fringe area agreement, and it is outside of our city growth area. As I said, fringe area is a component of our comprehensive plan, and we would use it as we review applications like this one. As far as the review criteria are concerned, for our rezoning, we would look again at our comprehensive plan and fringe area and compatibility with the existing neighborhood. The future land use map of the county's comprehensive plan does designate this as appropriate for the rezoning to residential. According to Johnson County's plan, primarily single-family detached uses with a preferred density of 1 unit per acre or denser. As far as compliance with the fringe area agreement, it is in compliance with the fringe area agreement. Our current fringe area agreement has some specific vision concepts are expressed there particular to this A boundary, including that 50% of the property be designated as open space as it develops. That's unique to Fringe Area A North Quarter outside the growth area. The applicant has submitted a rezoning boundary and overlaid it with a potential future subdivision, which they're not proposing at this time, but they were required to submit a concept for showing how they could accomplish that 50% open space. And they have been able to show that in the design of their subdivision or potential future subdivision. Most of that open space is area that consists of stream corridors, woodlands, and floodplains. As far as steps in this process, we're at the step highlighted in blue here, including your recommendation via the letter to the county. It would then go through the county's planning and zoning process and before their boards. If it were to develop, they'd have to come back with a plat, which would come back to you in the future. So based on a review of the relevant criteria, staff recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. We did forward some comments to the county regarding some future things to think about as that subdivision plat would be drawn up, some connectivity that we would encourage if and when the subdivision comes forward. At its February 6th meeting by a vote of 6-0, the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval of this rezoning to you. And just a final note that although this land is now outside the city's growth boundary, part of the discussions we had a couple weeks ago talking about an update of that fringe area agreement would consider this area to be included in the future in the city's growth boundary potentially to guide the transition from the planned commercial office and research parks uses within the city outward towards the limits and into the county. So just of note, currently does meet the fringe area agreement. And that concludes staff report.
All right, any questions? All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? Council discussion?
I'm supportive of this. I think the tentative plat is interesting because I'm very familiar with this area. I live out in that direction on the north side of town, and definitely have some natural features that they need to deal with in terms of the stream corridors, et cetera, which looks like they've been able to do that. It certainly is, very close to city limits. A lot of people who like to live out in the county. As we said, this might end up being in the city someday, but I think it's a very good use of that area.
Mayor, we'll just need a voice vote on this one.
All right, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 11C, 12 East Court Street, Level 2 Design Review Height Bonus Request. Resolution approving height bonuses for 12 East Court Street and the Riverfront Crossings South Downtown District Zone. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mim, seconded by Salee. And we know that, Councilor, this has been before us a little bit. We did a deferment on the vote the last meeting, and so I know that we do have a presentation that will come from the developers, but as we're just thinking about how we want to proceed with this item tonight, I do just want to make mention that we do have before us, through conversations that I've had with each of you, there are a few conditions that I asked staff to prepare just in case we wanted to consider some amendments to the resolution. And so my thought process on this is that we kind of move forward with the item at hand, which is really the consideration for the height bonus. And then and some of the conversations of some of the conditions I'm sure will naturally come out within individual comments. What I will say is that whether this is approved or not tonight, I think the conditions of whatever happens in this is still relevant for us to consider the conditions within the amendment to the resolutions. And so we'll maybe start with the developer comments, and presentation at this time, and then we will move into public discussion and then council discussion. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks. Good evening.
Good evening.
Stick this here. I'm going to talk real quick, and then I'll be back. Nathan's going to do most of our stuff to start, but we don't have a formal presentation tonight, more some clarification slides, and then we'll be here for questions. Nathan's items are first. Let me find it on here. So we'll go through real quick, continuing the discussion from last time. Nathan will lead off. We kind of each have 3 areas we're going to go through. Nathan has some information on balconies for you, sightline exhibits, and adaptability of the building. And then I'll get up here and I have some quick numbers on taxes. We'll go through the Capitol Street stuff briefly, and then I can talk about sustainability and climate. So.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I am Nathan Griffith, Newman Munson Architects, project architect for this project. Thank you. Okay, so you had some questions about the number of balconies on this project. So in the east building, there's 166 units that have balconies, and that is all 3 bedrooms, roughly half the 2-bedroom units, and overall that's 39% of the units of the building. And then the west building is 176 units. There's more units in the west building. And that's roughly 36% of the total number of units in the building. So with that, I'd like to move on to the view shed questions about the skywalk. And then here's a slide that shows, we have a few slides that we put together here. On the left is a kind of Google Earth view of the area that we're talking about. Center of the image labeled Old Capitol there. And then at the bottom of the image is the 12 East Court site. The center of the site is roughly 1,500 feet from the center of the Capitol. If we were to kind of go north 1,500 feet, we marked a point A. And then we went on site and took a couple images. The top right image from Google Earth is from point A, looking south towards the Capitol. This is North Capitol Street. And so directly in front of you would be T.A. and Cleary Walkway. The image on the bottom right there is actually from the jail, looking north, what would be through kind of the 12 East Court site to the old Capitol. So as you can see with both of those images, at present day, there is no view to the Capitol from the north side or the south side. We wanted to put next there on the bottom right a rendering that shows how we'll open the street up and actually create a view to the old Capitol. Upper left, I believe you've seen the image on the bottom right. On the upper left is a picture taken today from roughly the same spot, kind of again marking what we have today. And so here's a slide that's kind of doing a lot of different things. Let me walk you through. On the bottom is a site plan that we put together. On this image, the old Capitol is on the very right side. So bottom image, very right side, it's labeled Old Capitol in very small letters. In the center is the outline of 12 East Court with the skywalk labeled. And then on the left side is a point that we've determined is the actual point where if you were to stand and back up south, keep looking north, at a certain point that skywalk will kind of intersect the dome of the old Capitol. And so we wanted to identify that point for you. And then as you continue to head south, the skywalk would get lower and lower. So we attempted to diagram that out above. Directly above that plan that I just walked you through is called Section through Capitol Street. And this is a section drawing. On the very left side is where a human might stand to start to get that overlap. In the center of the image, it's very faint from what I'm looking at here, is the skywalk. And on the very right side is the old Capitol. And you can see the view cone from the person on the left all the way to the old Capitol. And what we did was we blew up those certain points above that. So top left, that view cone is coming right to somebody's vision, 5'6". If you're standing there looking at the old Capitol and you were to hold your fingers out, the old Capitol is probably about 1 1/8 inches tall. So at the point that the skywalk starts to overlap the dome, how much does 1 1/8 inches matter in your entire view shed? And then thirdly, I wanted to address the adaptability. There were several questions about the adaptability of the project. So we are a kind of slab and column construction. And what that means is that the building is held up by the floor slab and the columns. So all of the interior walls can be removed or demolished in the future. We can make an efficiency unit, a 3-bedroom unit. This is the same construction type that we've used on Plaza Towers, on Park at 201, and we've done those same types of modifications. So it's a very flexible construction type. Also, with the construction type, it's non-combustible, right? It's all sort of concrete. So as compared to wood, it's again very flexible. In a wood building, you'd get wood load-bearing walls you could not remove. In this building, we can remove all the walls on the inside and make one large unit if we like. We believe also in the adaptability, most critically, the balconies play a huge role in how this project is adaptable, right? They meet market standards of a unit like this, not rented to a student population. If you look around, all the other projects like this that are built have balconies. If we build this project without balconies, it's no longer viable, right? So the balconies, we believe, play a critical role in the success of the project and the adaptability. And then lastly, the skywalk plays another large role. If you're renting the unit and you're paying quite a lot of money on the top floor, you want to be able to access the amenities in the the west building from the east building without going outside. And that's critical to the function of the building. So,
Nathan, before you leave, can I ask you just a quick clarification? On the balconies, did I understand you correctly that there was 166 units in the east building that will have balconies? That will be all of the 3-bedroom units and approximately half of the 2-bedroom units?
that's correct. Yep.
And the same thing for the west, but a
That's
total of
correct.
176? Okay, thank you.
I'll stick around for questions too. Thank you.
Thanks.
I realized I forgot to say my name last time. It's Rob Decker. I'm with Axiom Consultants. I'm the project manager for this project. One of the other things, I don't have it in here, but that I was thinking of when Nathan was talking, is one other feature of adaptability that we feel important is the amenities. I don't have a slide for this because I'm just coming up with it while sitting there, but it's something that is important to the building. The amenities are important to the building as it's sort of visualized now, but it's important to the building, to the lifespan of the building too, especially if different populations come in, if student population declines, what have you, whatever this building becomes, if it lives for 100 years, probably beyond that, those will be critical, we feel, to the people who are living in it, especially in terms of marketability and lifestyle. So the 3 items I have, just really quickly, so a lot of mine is more numbers based, not as visually appealing, but so I'm going to look down a lot because I got to read through some of these things. But one of the important things that we wanted to express is because this thing is so large and because it's such a long-term effort, and this would be based on a $200 million valuation, which I think is probably significantly lower than what it will eventually be. But looking at taxes per annum, for 20 years, the history of that property has been about 4.5% increase annually. 2.5% might be a more typical rate in other parts of town, but in terms of valuation, that's a pretty fair, for that prime property, that's a pretty fair number. If you use that increase on an average, the 100-year collected taxes on the property will be somewhere between $1.75 billion and $7.16 billion. Averaging that somewhere in the middle, we're looking at about $3.5 billion over the lifespan of the property. The current property, as it sits now, running those numbers based on the most current valuation and using that same sort of middle range, not to go through each of those 3 more times, would be about $325 million, which is about 9% of that total number. Moving on to the second item. So, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. We've talked about Capitol Street a lot, but you guys asked for a couple of exhibits, and so I have sort of 2. I may flip back and forth between them, so not to confuse you, but we wanted to show sort of angled versus parallel and what it is. And there's not a ton of things to point out here. I think you guys all have a very good understanding of that. But in terms of the parallel, we're talking about curb to curb about 47.5 feet. Oops, I went the wrong way, sorry. And in terms of angled, we're talking about 53 feet. I'm sorry, you know what? I realized there's a mistake. I told you that my dimension's wrong. They're 11 feet different. So it's 53 on the angled and 42 on the parallel. So I caught that when I was getting ready for the meeting tonight. So it's 53 here, and it's 42 here. We actually measured that out to the planter. That's why it's messed up. So there's an 11-foot difference in terms of the curb-to-curb width here. And so what you're looking at in terms of the sidewalk is a 19-foot, which is obviously very wide, versus almost nearly a 13.5 foot. So both have really large walks. Other than that, bump out wise, planter wise on the sides, the spacing of those, all of that stuff, that all stays the same. That's all per city standard. And then we have this displayed on both of these, as we talked about last time. It's not really important to us what the lane width is. And so on both of these, it's an 11-foot lane. I believe a 10 to 11-foot lane was what the city's standard would be. So we do an 11-foot lane on this one. So I just kind of wanted to present those two as sort of the comparison of the look of those 2 items. And then, lastly, going into the environmental and climate action plan side of things, and some of this I know you're going to address moving forward. Obviously, this is going to be just touching on a few of the things that I think will be a part of this project, but solar has been, as I had mentioned last time and have mentioned to a number of you, has long been planned for this project since its earliest days. The owner, when they talked to me about it 2 years ago, the very first time they spoke about it, said that they wanted to put a lot of solar on the building. So the number that we came up with today is 150,000 kilowatt hour system, which is a huge system. That's the equivalent, just to kind of give you, we do a lot of solar design at our engineering company, and I have it myself, so sometimes it's hard to visualize what sort of impact that has. 150,000 kilowatt hour system would power 15 single-family homes, and that's using 2018 EPA data for kind of the average American home. So it'd fully power 15 single-family homes for a year. And that equates to about 7 million pounds of greenhouse gas emissions over the 25-year warranty period of a solar system. The reason that number is important is because that's how long they're warranted for. They typically last about 35 years, solar panels do. I like to say that instead of solar systems, because then it sounds like you're talking about space when you get into that. Walkability of the building is something that I think is an really important aspect of this project and what makes it unique in terms of climate effects. So you've heard me talk last time about the unique nature of the building and how it's uniquely situated on a site in town that is unlike any other. I think we probably all can agree on that, regardless of anything else. It's basically a private development on a university property for all practical purposes. And because of that, I think the building itself is just walkable. People are not going to drive, students particularly, are not going to drive to class from this location. And so thinking about that, it's really hard to quantify a lot of these things, as I'm sure you can all relate. So it's hard to quantify impacts of large buildings. But in trying to do so, what I try to do is take sort of digestible pieces that I think are realistic assumptions and sort of apply those. And so if you were to assume that, take about 30% of the residents that are going to be in this building and just take those annual car uses off the street. I think that's a pretty low assumption for this property. I think it's a fair amount to say 30% of the people that own cars, if you assume everybody there owns a car, which most students do these days, and you kind of remove those from that kind of annual usage from the street. They're not, driving from 7 blocks or 9 blocks away where I live, coming downtown, kind of leaving downtown for 2 or 3 blocks and sort of circling through the avenues looking for parking stalls, for the day. If you sort of make those assumptions, which I think is fair, you're talking about 302,000 gallons of gas, 3 million pounds of coal, 455 single-family homes worth of electricity usage per year due to the sheer walkability of this facility, which is about 3,500 acres worth of forest. So I feel like that's a pretty fair offset valuation to make in terms of what the walkability effect of this building is. I actually think it would be much more significant than that. Low flow fixtures, which I know you're going to address, pretty common. Looking at faucets, toilets, and shower heads, I actually wrote the GPM numbers here. I won't bore you with the gallons per minute of those, but really what low flow means is generally 20 to 30% reduction in water usage. So that's obviously a massive amount when you're talking about this number of units. But one thing that'll get lost in that is also the additional energy that'll be used to heat that water, to treat that water, to treat the water both coming in and going out to the wastewater plant. So pretty large impact there as well. And I totally in favor of adding that to the project. In the same vein, LED lighting is something that this will do that the current facility does not have. Most LED lighting probably about at a 10% level. So assuming a 75-watt bulb, which is a pretty common household bulb, you're looking at a 7.5-watt bulb. That's going to equate to about 41,000 kilowatt hours per year, which is about 20,000 pounds per year of greenhouse gas emissions, or about 40 acres of forest. Over the lifespan of the building, we're talking about 2 million pounds of offset there for LED lighting. Lastly, sorry, I got a couple more. New energy codes, these ones get simpler as they go. New energy codes, ASHRAE 90.1, which is sort of the governing, one of the governing codes that oversees energy use and that the energy code is based on. There's some data that I have been looking at over the last couple weeks and talking to our mechanical and electrical engineers. There's actually some really good data between 1980, which is ironically very close to when the existing buildings were constructed, in 2013. And that is an analysis that has resulted in effectively, for lack of a better term, efficiencies becoming about twice that of what they used to be over that, 33 years. So from 2013 to now, in that 7 years, and really within the past decade, energy codes are getting more and more stringent more and more quickly. But I think it's fair to say that, I think it's a fair statement to make that the new building will be twice as efficient as the properties that are there now in terms of how it uses energy. Recycling integration, and I know that's part of the climate action plan. There'll be large-scale recycling efforts in the building. We have chutes designed to sort of funnel recycling down to the basement into collection centers. Newman Munson has already sort of identified those areas. And if you assume 2 pounds per apartment per week, which is pretty low, that's about nearly 100,000 pounds of cardboard recycling per year. Lastly, stormwater. We're at the existing facility. This is one that I just put in, and this is my last thing. We have about 58 residents per acre in the existing facility, and we'd be looking at around 787 residents per acre in the new facility. In terms of residents per impermeable surface area, that's effectively staying the same. We're not changing that per se on the new site. And you consider taking out Capitol Street, obviously you have to consider that. You're talking about a much more efficient use of density for that same amount of impermeable runoff. And I think, lastly, I think there's an opportunity here, and this would be part of our LEED stuff if we get into that. But I think there's an opportunity it's hard to imagine with something that big, but the runoff will be effectively the same. The impermeable area is effectively the same. So I think there's effective ways that we could integrate that. We talked about that very early on in this project, to integrate that into the Capitol Street right-of-way, the Capitol Street infrastructure, whether we can get it into, planters along the street. These are all things that are going to have to be worked on with the engineering department. But those are some things I think we could do, is work with the sort of the city infrastructure that we're putting in and what we're bringing off of the site, and work to integrate it, which is not currently there. So those are kind of the topics that we have for you tonight, and we're here to answer questions.
One of the items that you were handed, I believe, when you got here tonight is about the environmental sustainability. And one of them is the LEED Silver standard. Can you talk to that a little bit, potentially, or is that something you need to?
I can talk to it in a general sense. Nathan can talk to it a lot, speak to it a lot better than I can if you want. If you want to go into to specifics, I can speak to it on a very general level. I don't think that we're opposed to doing that. I don't think it's an unreasonable request for the building. And it's been discussed by us already through the process. So, if you have specifics on what LEED Silver is,
No, I just wanted to
Sure.
at least hear your thoughts or
Yep.
comments on behalf of the on behalf of the developer.
I mean, I suspect that's coming for most all buildings
Okay.
in town.
All right.
So,
Great, thanks.
Rob, I had a question on the property tax calculations
Sure.
that you gave us. What kind of rollback did you assume for?
those are numbers I got from the owner, so
Okay.
I can't speak to that.
Thanks.
I can clarify it though if you want me to with him. So.
Anything else for the developers? Thank you.
Thank you.
How many people in the public would like to address this topic? If you can just show me your hand. Okay. All right. I'm going to open up public comment and ask that you all either, in the back, there are stickers that you can write your name on and address, and you can place it there. Or you can just write when you come up to the podium. Also, please state your name to council, as well as keep your comments to 3, no more than, we'll go 4 minutes today. There's a lot of individuals that would like to address this topic. So public comment is open.
Hi, my name is Martha Norbeck, and I wanted to jump in front here while the discussion of energy is fresh in your minds. I want to start by pointing out the content of the packet. So council gets this packet. It's many pages long. It has lots of content in it. It is an expression of your values. It is an expression of the staff's values, of planning and zoning values. So when I read through the packet for this section, there's almost no mention of energy, nary a mention of energy. I'm trying to understand how we're here. So when I was involved in the adoption of a riverfront crossings years ago, I said you should be setting an energy performance target for anyone seeking a bonus height. We managed to get the affordable housing clause, which is awesome. And how did that happen? Because people believed it was important. So here we are. We have a project that's been in the works a couple years. It was brought to the city a year ago. City says, the climate action plan isn't enough. We're going to call this a climate crisis. And then I see this packet. And I'm sitting here going, what is going on? How did planning and zoning not even ask about it? There's multiple comments about balconies and views. Where's the energy discussion? How can you say it's a crisis and then not insist on it being a regular point of conversation again and again and again throughout your packets? I just don't get it. It doesn't mesh. So that's my first point, to to the city, to the council, if you want the climate crisis to be addressed in a way that is legitimate and solid and consequential, that needs to show up in the packet that is an expression of your values. So moving on to this specific project, you heard a lot of comments with a lot of numbers that were like, ooh, that sounds impressive. Let me put the solar in context for you. This is a 900,000 square foot building, give or take. So when he says they're going to put on 150 kilowatts of solar, that sounds cool, but it's maybe going to offset 2% of the building's energy use. That's not hardly anything. It's lipstick. It's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm very pro-solar. I encourage it for all projects, but you have to look at it holistically. You can't just put solar on the top and say, woohoo, we're green. Low flow, that has been standard in projects for years. Yeah, sure, it's good, but if you don't do it, you're paying huge water bills. It's just business, smart business. It doesn't even cost anymore. So we need to put these things in context. The city needs an energy performance target. You've got to set one. It's time to actually put down a marker and say, if you want a bonus, if you want 7 extra stories, you have to do something for us. Every single project that wants an incentive should have an energy performance tied to it. How are you acting on climate if you're not doing that at the very least? So I encourage that this team to come back to you with an energy performance target. When I start working with clients, as soon as we know the location and the size and the building use of the space, so if we know it's a school, 100,000 square feet in Cedar Falls, I can tell you the right energy performance goal for that building. There's tools out there. That should already be available. That should be asked for from anyone who's asking for a bonus or an incentive. Energy performance target. I would encourage you to look at the 2030 challenge as your criteria for that incentive. If that's too much for you, then find something else. There's so many cities that have adopted more stringent performance in exchange for bonuses. We have the legal latitude to do that. We can't change the code, I realize that, but we can tie energy performance to incentives. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Larry Swoboda. I sent a letter to each of the councilmen regarding our concerns as ordinary landlords about what's going on in Iowa City, and I would like to just go forth with that just a little bit. I believe, I get up and I look at what's going on in Iowa City right now, and I can't believe what's going on. The high-rise buildings that are being built here by out-of-town construction people, the money's going out of town for the rents that are coming in, whatever rents there are. Half of these buildings are empty, and the workforce comes from out of town to do the work. And then there's the little average landlord in Iowa City that's going to take it right in the shorts on what's going on. And that's what I'm here. I'm just trying to point out to you where this thing is going to end up, in my opinion. It's not really my opinion. Actually, what I'm talking about is situations that I have seen in other communities where we're overbuilt. Specifically, I am familiar with Davenport because I used to work there. There were some industries in Davenport that decided to leave the community. They had a terrible overhousing problem. The buildings sat empty or nearly empty. The values went down to zero, or close to zero. There was forfeitures of all kinds for property tax and utility payments and everything that goes with it. When the thing hit the bottom, we had a resident from here, I'm not going to mention the name, that went down there and bought everything at a fire sale. Sooner or later, it turned around and is back to normal now. So it was a fantastic investment for him, but it was a terrible loss to the people that couldn't keep the property. And so, well, if I compare Iowa City to Davenport, there's two different situations here. Davenport, it was an industrial community, and they lost some industry, and they were able to gain it back. Iowa City is a one-horse town. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's a one-horse town. It's going to stay that way because there's not the labor force in this town to be able to build anything besides the University of Iowa, and it would be very difficult to make any kind of a change to where, what I'm getting at, how are you going to fill these buildings? Everybody asks me on the street, people that don't even know anything about the farming business, where are they going to get all the people to put in these buildings? And the question is, that's a good question, because right now, they're draining whatever's going on in this community right now is draining the smaller buildings. You see for sale signs out on everybody's property, not everybody, but you see a number of them. And there's going to be a lot of problems that are coming down the road because it's only going to get worse. I'm not here to object to this particular project. I am here to object to everything that's going on with respect to these high-volume, high-rise units that is going to put the average landlord in Iowa City at a very great disadvantage, and a lot of problems can happen. But I call it the perfect storm. Enrollment is supposed to stay stationary at the university. I just talked to housing this morning, and they don't expect any enrollment, significant enrollment. They're certainly not looking for more housing for their students. And I know because they rented 4 of my apartment buildings. I have my apartment buildings in a very good area where the university leased 4 of our buildings for 4 years. And because they had an influx of tenants and they had some problems with respect to some remodeling in a couple of buildings. And they're no longer there, but they are very satisfied where they sit right now with respect to their housing. And I know that I've been told by a top source in the housing department that the president, Mr. Harold, I believe his name is, doesn't want the growth, and he wants to keep it level where it is right now. They're really not interested in trying to make more or make it available for more people to come to the campus.
Larry, I wanted to just let you know that you're above the 4 minutes, and I want to make sure that we have opportunity for everybody that want to address this topic.
All right. Already, I'll skip down here 2 bit. Already there's a building for sale. The Rise is for sale already, and it hasn't even got off the ground. It's for sale. The Latitude in Coralville is empty, and I understand from a real estate person that it's going to be coming on sale. Apparently, he knows what he's talking about, so it'll be on sale, and we're going to see some more of these. And so these things aren't going to work. In the meantime, a lot of these things are built. The people these are built by REITs, real estate investment trusts. These are large money organizations that don't care if these things get rented. It sounds crazy, but they can use them for write-offs if they don't get them full. So they're not concerned about the population. They're just concerned about it's a money thing. Okay, tax breaks given by the city. I don't know what I'm sure you've given some tax breaks to these people to come in and do this. But what about the rest of us that have to carry the burden of tax? Because we're now losing tenants, and they're gaining tenants, but our property taxes are going to be going up, contrary to what you said earlier. The way I see it anyway. I don't know if you've seen the new assessments that have come out. I have copies I would like to drop off of some samples that I took of the current assessment rates on certain buildings and what's coming up, how they've been, the increase. It's amazing. The first one that I've got on my
I'm going to have
list,
to say thank you, Larry, so that we can make sure that we have opportunity for other people.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
All right.
you. And if you want to give something to our city attorney, she can accept
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oops. The top one on the list there, I just want to make a quick mention, is the most expensive increase on a building. It's $937,000 for the increase on a building that has well, you'll see the value on it. The one on the bottom there happens to be 120 East Davenport Street, which is mine. It's one of the oldest buildings that I own, It's never been brought up to it's got the old cabinets, got everything. It's got a 20% increase on it. I don't know where I'm going to, if the taxes go up accordingly, we're going to walk away. There's going to be people walking away from their buildings. So I'm just saying, you got a big problem on if you keep going like we have been. I think I made my point, so thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Hello there, Austin Wu, UISG City Liaison. I asked the council tonight that when you're making your decision tonight, I ask all of you to take into account the comments made by UI students, both undergraduate and graduate, at last week's joint meeting. Many students, myself included, have expressed apprehension about the affordability of the so-called student-centric development and the past conduct of the developer in question. Although increased housing supply is good and that certain costs associated with new construction are inevitable, the proposed amenities in this development do very little to make an attempt at some notion of naturally occurring affordability for this development. From a sustainability perspective, I also wonder if mass or cross-laminated timber could be employed in the construction of this building rather than steel and concrete. In Vancouver, Canada, the Brock Commons Tower, a dorm at the University of British Columbia, so student-centric housing at the core, was built with timber to a height of 18 stories more quickly and less expensively than it would have if steel or concrete were used, while concurrently offsetting an estimated 2,432 metric tons of carbon. So in the past week, I've had a lot of students come talk to me or email me, and they express bewilderment, confusion over the nature of this building. They don't know who it's aimed for, because they certainly don't feel like it's aimed towards them. I haven't met anyone who says, like, yes, I want to live there, I can afford to live there, this building is made for me. Anyone can say that this is a student-centered development and is designed to house students, but that's just not what I've seen in the reality on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Whoops, I got it, stuck it on the wrong place on the page, oh well. My name is Cecile Kernsley, and for 50 years I have been concerned with the balance, preserving the uniqueness of this city as it grows. To that end, I served as the first and then the second head of the Longfellow Neighborhood Association, several seasons with the Friends of Historic Preservation, and I'm currently in my 4th year with the Iowa City Historic Preservation Commission. And I'm here this evening to urge you not to grant the 5-story bonus to the tower project. The reasons for keeping the height of the 4-tower project at 8 stories, for which it is zoned, are several and significant for the appearance of this city. One always has to view a new building within the context of its location in order to avoid a visual hodgepodge of structures. And I might say this same truth applies to whether the building is at Clinton Street, 400 Clinton Street, or here at 12 East Court. The buildings located adjacent to or near the tower project are only 6 to 8 stories high. To suddenly erect 4 15-story buildings would be incongruous in the setting and completely out of scale with almost every building throughout the rest of the city. It is much more costly to build a 15-story building than an 8-story building. The increased cost would only end up being passed on in the form of higher rental rates to tenants of the units in the building. Students and citizens alike all need more affordable housing units in this town, not more luxury cost apartments. The developer argues that concentrating students in the towers would reduce rental pressure on residential neighborhoods located near the campus. However, if the rents in a 15-story building are higher than rents in a nearby neighborhood structure, no pressure will be relieved as students will opt to live in the lower cost housing. You just heard from Mr. Wu that students are not in favor of the amenities in this building because they too would serve to increase the cost of the rents. They are unnecessary because only 200 yards away they have the University Wellness Center where their student fees pay for their membership. So, And if you didn't have the amenities, you wouldn't need the skywalk uniting the two buildings and obstructing even a thumb's worth of the view of the old Capitol. When you're considering the massive scale of this project, councilors should keep in mind that the university student population was recently projected to drop for 10 more years while tuition rates continue to rise. Also, the number of foreign students has declined as well in the current political climate and for a number of other reasons. Furthermore, if it is, as is being discussed, the university should soon require second-year students to live in university-owned facilities, the developer might be induced to sell the towers to the university, at which point the city would no longer derive the property tax revenue from the towers, a feature which the developer promotes as being very beneficial to the city. The property tax, big dollars for the city, but not if the university owns it. The developers have recently built very attractive rental housing on the north and south sides of College Green. One can only hope that the same spirit of civic-mindedness which created those structures will prevail in the question of the towers, and that the developer will build in accordance with the zoning code for 8 stories and an opened-up Capitol Street, which will permit citizens once again to enjoy the vista of the old Capitol building. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. This is beginning to feel like Groundhog Day. But I'm Bill Gerhard. I'm president of Iowa State Building Trades. I've lived in the Iowa City area since '69. We're excited about this project. You heard from Rob Decker and from Nate from the architect's office how it's good for the environment, it's good for the tax base, it's going to help affordable housing. The people I represent build stuff. They build big stuff like this. This will be done safely. It'll be done quality-wise. And to answer the one person's question, this is not an out-of-state event or out-of-state occurrence. The developer's local, the architect's local, the project manager's local, and the workers on the project will be local. So hopefully you guys will agree and go ahead and approve this. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Sarah Barron, Johnson County Affordable Housing Coalition. Someone was really wonky with their sticker here. Sorry, you might have a serious issue on your hands. I'm just going to flip this over. Okay. I want to acknowledge a couple of things before I start talking. One is confirmation bias. So most of you already have a somewhat formed opinion on this issue. I want to ask those of you who are inclined to agree with what I'm saying to think critically about it, and those of you who are inclined to disagree with what I'm saying to think critically about it, okay? I also want to say that I know that you are all supporters of affordable housing, and I don't believe that your vote on this project one way or another is some kind of litmus test of whether or not you support affordable housing, okay? That said, I do want to share with you that after a lot of discussion and consideration, the Board of Directors of the Johnson County Affordable Housing Coalition voted unanimously in support of the project as it's proposed tonight by the developer. So I want to highlight their reasoning, and I encourage you to really carefully consider their recommendation. The first reason for our support of this project clearly is an unprecedented multi-million-dollar contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. We see several options for investing this money in the designated area, and I don't want you to let your imagination be limited by what's been done already with that fund. There are so many possibilities for us to explore when we have a resource of this magnitude, and it would be a real game changer for so many families who live in Iowa City. The second point is that the vacancy rate for many years has been unusually low. Okay, and it's been that way for a pretty long time, and the market will have to adjust to the new units that are coming online, but those shouldn't be viewed as unwelcome adjustments. We see opportunities here for renters seeking lower rent options. And I want to remind you all of the study that Iowa City participated in 2 years ago that showed that our general rental market was occupied, 53% of the general rental market was occupied by University of Iowa students. So over half of our rental market in the Iowa City Coralville area is occupied by University of Iowa students. They compared us to peer communities where the average was 37% of their general rental market. So just to give you an idea of how much correction we have to look forward to get closer to average, there's a big shift that needs to happen in the number of units that are available and the number of units that are occupied by University of Iowa students in our market, the ways that that impacts availability, vacancy, and prices. Also, this won't be the only time that you hear me talking to you about this, but we need to have some straightforward development standards that can be adhered to, and we need to embrace density as a piece of affordability. So the less land you have to buy, the more you can go up, the less land cost is folded into the price of the housing as it goes to renters. And also, if we have a development process where you can earn 15 stories, which you have developed for riverfront crossings, there should be a clear path to earning that 15 stories. And if not in this location, then where in riverfront crossings did you mean for it to be developed to that level? We need to have really straightforward development standards because all of this pre-development work also adds to the cost of our housing. And finally, I want to acknowledge the students' concerns about affordability that UISG has expressed, because I think they are absolutely right. We definitely need to do a better job of addressing affordability for students. And the problem is that new construction is a really tough road to affordability. Okay, so with the exception of LIHTC, which has lots of outside money coming in, new construction isn't the best route to affordability. But what we are going to have is lots of opportunities to think about the new units that are available and how to help make those more affordable over the long run for students. And just a side note, I would love to facilitate a conversation between the city and the university and the students and other stakeholders about how we can be creative in solving that problem, because both graduate and undergraduate students really need it. So I understand you have a lot of considerations tonight, but I want to just remind you that our committed group of affordable housing advocates have unanimously supported this project. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Oh, I started it so it would peel off and now it won't come. Okay. So my name is Kelly O'Berry. My spouse and I are small business, rental business owners. We have 2 properties here in town, which may sound like small potatoes compared to 880 units and 1,575 beds. But I am here, we've been in this business for 6 years. We are good landlords. We take good care of our properties. But the continued approval by the city council of more gigantic rental properties in Iowa City that then appear to sit empty is affecting me. And I keep reading about them and hearing about them and grumbling about them. And I thought I had better come, because you can't read my mind if I don't come here. So I'm here to tell you that we've had a for rent sign in front of one of our properties since January of 2018. We were not able to rent a 4-bedroom unit last year because there just are too many properties that are available for rent. And we rent mostly to students. This is reasonably priced property with laundry facilities and a two-car garage. It has some features that would be appealing to students, and we are finding it more and more difficult to find tenants for this kind of property. So we've had for rent sign and Craigslist ads and Trello ads for a year and have not been able to rent this property. So we are the ones that are taking it in the shorts, as the guy earlier said. And I think I read somewhere, heard that the council is thinking that by allowing all of these giant high-density properties, that it will force smaller landlords to lower our prices to bear the burden of providing low-income housing. And I want to say that I don't think that sounds fair. So I would like to encourage you to consider carefully. I think this property maybe is a done deal that it's going to happen at all, and all you're considering today is that extension of height and more units. I'm not concerned about view of the old Capitol. I'm not really concerned about balconies or skywalks. I am concerned about the people that own rental property in this town, that don't farm it out to giant property management companies that don't care about their tenants, but people like me that provide a service to students who come here and need an affordable place to live. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Royce Peterson. I am a carpenter here in Iowa City. Belong to Carpenters Local 1260, which is on William Street in Muscatine. We're here to talk to you guys again. You guys see me all the time. And thank you guys. First of all, I'd like to say, by listening to the state of the city, I'm proud to be a carpenter in the city. We have a very progressive city, and your values fall right in line with ours. So thank you for that. Second, I want to address what one of the gentlemen said earlier about large developments being done by out-of-state developers and out-of-state workers. I'm not going to disagree with that. There's been several projects like that. But fortunately, this is not one of them. We've been involved with this project since day one. We know that we're going to put a lot of carpenters to work on this project with sustainable jobs that have living wages and benefits. We came tonight in support. We are members of the community. We don't, unfortunately, get a lot of the smaller buildings that are done out of wood. These are the type of jobs that the carpenters get to build, larger size projects. Having said that, we've seen what wood structures can do in the city when not built properly with trained people. One of them went up in flames not too long ago, and that was dangerous for our community. So, having said that, I support this project with the wood, or excuse me, the steel structure, the concrete, the metal studs. Like they pointed out earlier, it is easy to remodel them that way. Less fire issues. They last longer. And you know, we are definitely in support of it. And again, thank you guys for your consideration tonight. Hopefully you can put a bunch of us to work. So, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Spur of the moment, decided to come up. Affordable housing, huge topic, been for a long time.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry. Yes, Doug DeVore, North Liberty resident. Affordable housing, I think we can look at it from two options. We can talk about low rent rates, or we can talk about high income. These are the kind of construction jobs that pay high income. This type of wage would allow somebody to pay for a higher, sorry, my heart's beating fast, I'm a little nervous. A smaller project doesn't pay the wages that the union does. This type of project is going to pay high wages. The people that live here are going to get these wages, and it excuse me, I'm really nervous. I think you understand what I'm getting at.
Yes.
This is a high-paying job. So if we're talking about affordable housing, we can bring new members in with a job like this. It's a multi-year project. paying these wages, we can bring in apprentices. And let me just stop because I'm nervous, but the other thing he said was tax revenues over the lifespan of a human, maybe a little more, in billions. Billions. Imagine what you can do with a number like billions to help people. That's all I got. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Steve Nienhaus. I'm a business representative with Carpenters Local 1260 also.
Welcome,
Royce
Steve.
and I have been working in this area for years. I'd like to say, I've heard a lot of people, a lot of pros and cons that are good and bad. I mean, not bad, but I see everybody's view. Nobody's really mentioned about the urban sprawl. I mean, would you rather the farmland keeps getting tilled under and turned into housing, or would you rather go up? I personally would rather see it go up. There's a lot of jobs there. And density is better for cities, I believe, than going out. Because if you look at like Tiffin, North Liberty, Coralville, all those places are going to be one big city here eventually, right? If they're not already. At the corner of 380 and, where is it, Highway 6? Or is that 1? Anyway, when you get out there, that all used to be farmland. Everything used to be farmland, and you just keep moving out. If you don't allow these big projects to go, you're going to be in West Liberty in 20 years, or Hills, or Solon. These projects, you're going to keep growing. You need to keep growing and growing up, is our opinion. And that's all I got.
Would anyone else like to address this topic?
Hi, I'm Pam Michaud.
Welcome.
Right. So, lots of good points from everybody. I hear your concerns about several years of work and also urban sprawl. I'm thinking that we have certainly had galloping growth in this community. The perception that we have a lack of student housing is history. We have vacancies, and now 2 huge complexes are for sale. I'd say, yes, we need to build up, but maybe for families or couples with 1 or 2 children, not for more students. And I don't think too many people with children are going to want to be in a 10-story building. I hear your concerns, and I'm also a small landlord, and I've been very fortunate to rent, but it's through a lot of work, 4 times as much work as it has been to get the same number of people to rent. And, you know, this is nothing to you because you've been persuaded by millions of dollars for affordable housing. How about just using that affordable housing right in that location instead of somewhere else? It could be right on Burlington and Court. Half of that building could be interspersed affordable housing. It's time that we get realistic about green goals. It's not just about a few students that want to live across the street from a rec center. It's about people that want to work downtown or just maintain roots here. I think that we have to relook at that comprehensive plan because the growth is on steroids. Not only is this project up, but we've just lost the Chamber of Commerce building, which was the Elks building previously on Gilbert and Washington. There's more development coming up on Clinton Street, the 400 block of Clinton Street, around that area. That this is not the only project for this particular developer. REITs are a huge threat, and look what happened. Now they're for sale. Great. So I'm glad that we have local workers on this. It's important to have unions represented and have real jobs for them. but I think there's some serious drawbacks to what this purpose is going to be, because we already have too much student housing. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Nancy
Welcome.
Carlson, and I got my thing off easier this time.
Great.
Okay. In 2018, when this site appeared before the City Council, the only thing on the agenda was the rezoning for RM44 to Riverfront Crossings 50. That was the only thing that could be legally discussed. At that time, when the council expressed their feelings toward 15-story buildings, that was only a direction the city council members might be leaning toward. This was an off-the-record statement that was not binding. In fact, it might have been a disservice to the developer. In a large project like this, there is a process that must be followed. We are now at the step where the actual development of the project is discussed. February 4th was the first step in this. This step is the most important one of the whole process. It is very disheartening to hear council members say that the major components have already been decided, when up to here, there have been only informal discussions of concepts, personal images of how this should be built or would be built. The council is tasked with examining this project very carefully. I would hope you would take your task seriously. I would hope you would discuss the elements that bring this to a level 2 design review, including the request for more than 3 stories of bonus height, a historic preservation height transfer, a public right-of-way transfer. Do these things add to the project? Do 7 extra stories improve this project or create unforeseen problems in the future? I will support the right-of-way bonus. But the city is giving the developer close to 5 stories of height and 304,000 square feet of space. He is now asking for a skywalk and angle parking. Are these concessions beneficial to the goals that we were looking at when we suggested the opening of the street? There are a few skywalks in Iowa City. They all serve the general populace of the city. The developer wants this skywalk because of the way they chose to draw up the project. Who does it serve? There are going to be 912 units in the buildings. Since the occupants are students, the foot traffic will be very heavy. I would hope that the street design would take into account the large amount of foot traffic and the safety of these pedestrians. I would hope vehicular traffic would take a subordinate place. I would hope that each request for additional floors would be weighed. Does it add to the project and the city's objectives? Remember, this is the first time the city can legally discuss these important components that are given. I believe they get an extra floor because it is student housing. But housing for who? Do they get another floor because they are building a luxury building for a niche market? They are asking for a historic preservation height transfer so they can build a luxury building for a niche market. I believe they have offered $9 million for affordable housing in the riverfront crossings area. While on the surface this may sound incredible, what does this actually mean? What are you giving away, and are you comfortable approving the project before you know what the specific conditions are? Since they are asking for a bonus floor for student housing, could that floor not be included in affordable housing for students? That would at least be an attempt at a democratic community of students. How much time should we spend on a project of this size that will be here for 100 years and have a profound effect upon our downtown? This is the 3rd meeting, a little over 2 years. That comes, if you figure the building's going to be here for 100 years, if we spend a little over 2 years on that, that is 2.5% of the lifetime of the building. You are approving a business contract. Your concern is the city and all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ensure that we do have time for council deliberation, but please come on up.
I feel this one is important. All right, so y'all have heard, my name's Kara, Carpenter, 1260, but not why I'm talking to you. Y'all have heard from small business owners, landlords, and you've heard from one member of the student body. So you're going to hear from another. And I have a family. And this is the type of housing I would look at for my kids, because the amenities, while I have all of these things available to me, being a University of Iowa student on campus, I don't want to take all my kids over there. If I can just go right across the street and I don't even have to walk outside, because Lord knows when it is negative 20 degrees outside, I don't want to walk outside to go to the gym, let alone go back to my house. So I think when you're looking at this, it is important to not just take one person's opinion, because I know this man never talked to me, and I would have told him I would support it, not because I'm a member of 1260, but because this is the type of place I would want to live with my kids if I was attending the university. If I lived in a place like this, I would want to be in a place like this. It's important to take in more than just the single student that doesn't have any kids, because there's not a lot of places like that. Yes, there are a lot of houses for rent, but they don't have the gym. They don't have a place where we can have our kids watching something on their tablet or phone or Lord knows whatever else they have nowadays while we work out at the gym, or where we can all go together and sit down and read a book or anything like that. They don't have that where it's right in walking distance of the college. I have to live 2 towns away just so I can afford my housing, and my kids can go to a school 4 towns away from that, because I don't want to put them in a bad school. And sorry if anybody lives from West Liberty, but my kids aren't going to go to school there. And I'm not going to bring them to Iowa City when I don't have a place for them for daycare, because daycare is so expensive. This would be a perfect place for family units for the college. Thank you.
All right. Well, council discussion.
There's a lot to say about this project. It would clearly, if we approved it, it would clearly change the face of one part of Iowa City. And I will say I've written down some of my comments so that I don't forget things. It is, this has been addressed to some extent. It's also fair to note that the lens through which the council views the city has changed since the zoning was changed in 2018. Thanks in part to students who care, there was the declaration of a climate emergency, the promulgation of a 100-day plan, and the creation of a commission to follow through on that. Prior to the November election, I heard from a lot of people. Some didn't want such a tall, dense building. Others wanted the density and didn't mind the height. Some were really focused on strict sustainability standards. Many focused on affordable housing, whether as part of the project or as fee in lieu of. Others, as we've heard this evening, recounted the need to provide really good jobs for the construction trades. The council is being asked to consider a height bonus, but it ends up being so much more than that. As the project manager pointed out, and others have, this is a building that would be here for at least 100 years. The parcel was rezoned. The developer has a right to build to the current height, according to the conditional zoning agreement. They could build to 8 stories or to 10 with the 2 stories transferred from preserving the Tate Arms. I'm guessing, just guessing, that without some additional height bonus, given the requirements of the conditional zoning agreement, it wouldn't pencil out. If we say no, if they don't build, we won't get additional affordable housing dollars or 10% of units. We won't get potentially energy efficient buildings or a lot more people living walking distance from campus. The developer could sell the property to an outside developer. Of course, they could do that even if we say yes. But part of the pitch that we've also heard is they're doing it locally. Local architects, local construction company, local union labor. So I've been asking myself and others how to make it a model project if we choose to approve it. Sustainable, attractive, flexible, and really energy efficient. The wild card is vacancy rate, and that is really hard to scope out. The best estimate I've been able to get right now is around 9 to 9.5%. I have no idea what the demand will be 5 years from now because there's a long preparation and building period for a building like this. We could see a decline in student enrollment. We do know that about 2,000 units have come online in the last 2 years. There was pent-up demand, and demand tends to be around 350 to 400 additional units annually. Ultimately, the developer will have to decide if we approve this, if the market is right to proceed. That's out of our control if we approve it. So I've looked at what we can impact. We can impact solar, which they've already talked about putting on. And as Martha Norbeck noted, that covers there's a lot of carbon offset, it covers a small percentage of the units, relatively speaking. For me, energy efficiency is the crux of the matter. Buildings account for 48% of energy use in the US. Newman Munson, I believe, has signed on to the 2030 challenge. And so one of my questions is, does Newman Munson intend to design to that standard for this building? That would mean designing a building that with renewable energy and building energy use would use 80% less than what the current baseline is. I'd love to see it designed to the 2030 challenge. At a minimum, then Ellie leads silver with at least 8 points for energy. And I would like to, as part of this process, I would like to also request that staff can look at drafting the sort of requirements so that this would not be, if we place a requirement on this project, that it would also end up being a requirement going forward for energy efficiency, because I think that is where we need to be in this town. A couple of other things I would mention quickly, and I apologize for going on for so long, is flexibility. Who would be in this building? Would it be built only for students, or, for example, a number of top stories aimed at a different market, perhaps condominiums? The folks there are also going to have to go somewhere for groceries. I don't know where in the neighborhood currently there's any place that could serve that large portion. Maybe that's something that could be part of the ground floor. In the end, no one really likes change. It's hard. I spent a career moving around the world, and I always told my kids that we had to wait at least 6 months before we could even start to think about whether we liked the place. I couldn't tell you what we'll think about this project 5 years from now if it comes to fruition. I just know that change is a process, and one way to really to create, and I know we've heard some opinions to the contrary, but one way to create more affordable housing stock in this city is to increase the housing stock. Thanks.
I'll go next. As we've talked amongst ourselves, this is truly one of the biggest decisions we as a city council will ever have to make. It's a decision that could affect Iowa City for many years to come. We're talking 100 years that this might be around. So I have put a lot of thought into this decision and also have a lot to say about this project. First of all, as I did 2 weeks ago, I'll start by saying that I was pleased to see all of the thought and planning that went into assuring that this development would be safe and secure for its residents, although there does seem to be some questions regarding the security plan. I appreciate and thank the University of Iowa student government for the student surveys that they've done over the past few years regarding student needs, wants, and concerns about student housing in this area. The need for security has always been listed as a major concern, so that is a plus for this development. However, in those surveys, I don't recall a need or want for amenities such as rooftop restaurants, study areas, gymnasiums, swimming pools, or for that matter, luxury-type apartments. And in our most recent joint meeting, I believe Austin alluded to that, with members of the university student government, we heard many of the students question the need for these amenities. The well-equipped university recreation facility is only 1.5 blocks away. The university main library is only 3 blocks away, with an abundance of study area spaces, as well as the IMU, only a few short blocks away, that also has many wonderful study areas. These amenities seem to only add to the cost of this project. As for the luxury description, what we have over and over heard from students and the community is the need for affordable units and not more of these luxury units. Former Mayor Jim Throgmorton always spoke of wanting Iowa City to be an inclusive community. I see these massive luxury buildings as being very exclusive. Low to middle income students will not be able to afford to live there. We received an offer from the developer for a fee in lieu of, in the tune of $9 million to go towards our affordable housing fund. While this sounds very attractive, the fact is that it must be used in riverfront crossings. So the question is, where, by whom, and when would it happen? We haven't actually had a stampede of developers wanting to build affordable housing in Iowa City, let alone riverfront crossings, or even to redevelop some of the existing properties. So a question to the developer, why not just include affordable units in this development in the first place? It has been said that I don't like tall buildings. This can't be further from the truth. After all, I grew up in Des Moines and was used to seeing buildings at great height, but that's Des Moines and not Iowa City. I've heard from so many people that they have always been impressed with the charm and character of Iowa City, and that was partly what drove them to choose Iowa City as a place to live. I don't feel that this development would add to the charm and character of our beloved city. I believe that it does not, in fact, enhance the neighborhood, but instead distracts from the quality and character of the area, especially the very beautiful Voxman Music Building that would be right next to it. The plan for this district calls for a maximum of 8 stories, with the possibility of approval by staff of 2 additional stories, for a total of 10. I question the need for any more than that. I believe the scale of these proposed buildings and their actual mass is too large and should be scaled back. We recently heard from our own Historic Preservation Commission with their concerns that they believe that the proposed skywalk and height bonus for 12 East Court Street negatively impact our historic vistas, and it was noted that it was a unanimous vote by the group. We've received several emails from individuals in the community expressing their concerns, and we heard from many more of them this evening. Most notably, one was from, I know probably everybody in this room knows this person, but I won't say his name. He's a very well-known, well-respected, long-time Iowa City resident, and he had notable concerns about this development in our community. We can't ignore these many concerns that are coming from our community. We as a council must remember that the extra height bonuses are up to our discretion, which means the freedom to decide or act according to one's judgment. These bonuses are not guaranteed. We must feel that there is a compelling evidence to justify giving any bonus. It is still uncertain about what the effect of a possible decline in the university undergrad population would be on the vacancy rate of this and other units in the area. And speaking of these other units, has the market supply already overshot the demand? I would say that adding another almost 1,000 new units could certainly affect this. An argument has been made that an increase in supply will increase the vacancy rate and hence cause a decrease in the cost of rent. We've even heard that an 8 to 10% vacancy rate would be healthy. I didn't take business courses. I was in nursing, but I do not agree that this is a healthy number. Healthy to whom? The person proposing this project? Certainly not to the smaller scale landlords in our community. I know several landlords, and we heard from a couple of them this evening in this area, and they have told me that an 8 to 10% vacancy rate is not healthy. I'm almost done. Another point that we have been asked to consider are the recommendations made by our city staff regarding the skywalk, the balconies, and parking on what would be Capitol Street. I believe that they gave each of these ideas a lot of thought, and I agree with their decisions. In particular, I do not see the attraction or appeal of balconies. There are many attractive apartment buildings throughout the city that do not have balconies, one of which is actually owned by Mr. Clark on the corner of Van Buren and College Street. It's a very attractive building. I compliment him on that, and I find it to be attractive without even the need for balconies. And with all due respect to Mr. Gerhart and Mr. Peterson and all of my union brothers and sisters that are here tonight, I am a union member, proud union member, have been active in unions for over 38 years. And I'm glad to see you all here. And of course, I'd be very happy to see this be a union-built project, because I'm about as pro-union as it gets. My late husband was, in fact, a member of the building trades, very proud member. But I have not seen a true guarantee. Mr. Peterson mentions that he's been in discussion with the developer over this, but it wasn't mentioned whether there's a contract signed and sealed and delivered that this indeed will be a union-built project. And that is my concern, that it would really be built by true union workers, because we've seen the detrimental effects of buildings that were not, and the issue of contractor versus subcontractor. It's a big issue, as you all know. And I would not want to see that happen with this building. I also, most importantly, I would like it ensured that the owner of these units would ensure that at whatever the cost, he would guarantee the safety of all of his employees and on this and any of his properties. That's also a major concern for me. There are just too many uncertainties and concerns from the community about a development of this size. I cannot, in good consciousness, support this project as it has been presented to us.
Well, I will share my thoughts on this, and thanks for everyone who's attended and given us their comments. This is a very complex project with multiple points of view bearing on it. I would say, first of all, in terms of what is this discussion about? It's about whether this project is 10 stories or is it 15 stories. You know, we have by right, the developer can build 8 stories. We also have an administrative approval for 2. And we do have, in that 2 additional floor height, we have the transfer of development rights, which I feel strongly should be considered and applied, if possible, to the project. So the issue is whether the building is 10. I think we can all agree that's going up, I hope, versus 15. And so, you know, I've always felt over the last couple of years that the 2 issues we as a city have been focusing or need to focus on in all of our decisions are questions of equity and the pressing issue of climate change. So what I've done in terms of my comments, and I don't disagree with many of the other comments that have been made with respect to the threat this project may pose in terms of the rental structure within Iowa City. I am concerned about that. There's a level of uncertainty and speculation that I just simply cannot truly, I don't think any of us can truly understand what this particular project will do to the rental market. So I would want to just set that aside, although I am concerned about, as has been noted, we may be beyond the sort of typical scenario in Iowa City, which is that there's a lack of affordability and a lack of student housing. So in response to Martha's concerns, you know, I've tried to focus really over the last couple of years on the question of climate change and how that might affect our development process. So I've done as much reading as I can. I've had many conversations with Martha and others who are interested in the question of climate change and how does that affect development in Iowa City. And so what I've attempted to do based on what research I've done and these discussions to come up with some principles that I would apply to this project. And I've identified 4 as they relate to the issues that we've been asked to apply for the criteria in improving additional building heights. The first principle would be build with low energy materials. We should design no bigger or more extravagantly than needed, and so the buildings will sensitively take their place in the downtown. So we did have a joint meeting with the student government, and we heard loud and clear about this question of extravagance and luxury. Their concern was primarily how it might affect the rents. But it also has a climate change impact in the sense that all of that added amenity, which arguably is not needed, as was stated, because equivalent facilitation can be accessed a block or two away, that all those added amenities have what is referred to as embodied carbon content. Everything we build and manufacture requires energy to build. And so to the degree we gild the lily, so to speak, on a project with those amenities, it's going to add to the carbon content. Carbon content, I have a definition here, is the sum of all energy required to produce a good or service. So to the degree we can reduce the embodied energy of this project, that advances our climate goals. The sharing economy, which is represented by this idea that we are in a mixed-use area. We have easy access to the wellness center, to social spaces from this particular site. That's a cornerstone of a climate change response. You know, we can increase our prosperity without duplication of services. The more we share, the less embodied energy is required to satisfy those needs. In terms of sensitively placing the project in the downtown, we do have the finding of the Historic Preservation Commission that negative impacts of the Skywalk and Bonus Heights will impact the historic views of Old Capitol and the county courthouse, which was not discussed by council. And, you know, as I tried to present at our last meeting, I think there will be impacts from the north. What we saw tonight was the view, I believe, from 1,500 feet, north of Old Capitol. My concern would be much closer proximity to Old Capitol with the proposed buildings on the back side of Old Capitol, forming the background to the view. So there is that documented negative impact that the project will have, as noted by Historic Preservation. The second principle would be ensuring that the building envelope is buffered from the extremes of heat, cold, and humidity. Typically in an urban setting, we rely on our urban tree canopy to provide protection from summer heat and heat index. And we rely on the surrounding buildings to protect us from winter cold and chill. The concern with this project would be that the portion of this building envelope above the tree canopy and the surrounding buildings will be much more susceptible to heat loss and gain because it doesn't have those buffering elements to protect it in summer and winter. The third principle would be ensuring that the building's main structure is readily adapted to a diverse range of uses and occupancies so that it endures through changes in land use, as we've said, to the end of the century. And we've heard from the development team that the construction type will have adaptability built into it. I think that's certainly a valuable strategy in terms of trying to meet this question of adaptability. But my concern is this, that as a privately owned, student-oriented high-rise building in Iowa City's market, it's really untested in terms of its adaptability to a wider residential demographic or any other use. And we have no survey data on housing preference by either students or that wider demographic by which to evaluate its marketability. And with a project this size, I think that question of truly understanding what market is this building going to serve, especially if we find that it's not going to be utilized at full capacity by students, who's going to be interested in living there? That really concerns me in terms of understanding, as you know, we had that market survey done before Riverfront Crossings was developed. That was the foundation of that form-based code, what we anticipated to be the demand for residential and commercial development. I would want to have some assurance that, from a third-party analysis, that we did have, in fact, that kind of demand of the wider demographic for living in such a structure. And lastly, I would say the fourth principle would be to employ the three above principles in connected multi-story buildings, always in ways respective of their surroundings, and that don't diminish another nearby building's energy efficiency. What we've learned from climate change is that everything connects. So when you build a structure, what are the impacts of that structure going to be on the surrounding structures? They too have their own energy efficiency profile that could be impacted by this project. And just for starters, and again, none of this has been sort of gone through any kind of rigorous analysis. I'm basically trying to, through observation and looking at the site, identify some concerns. But one clearly is a concern in this regard, and that would be the Voxman Music School, where you have offices or rooms, I'm not sure what their use is, facing west, which will be impacted by this project, as well as the surrounding public and private outdoor spaces, which will be impacted by the proposal through fall and winter. So that means Burlington Street, the reopening of Capitol for this block that we're proposing. The surrounding streets and open spaces will be affected by that building when the sun is at a lower sun angle. Again, how much? Don't know. It would be helpful to have that information, but we don't have it. So my position at this point is I'm willing to grant the 2 additional bonus heights with the emphasis on the Tate Arms. But given all the uncertainties in terms of this project, and as was noted, the energy efficiency of the building was really not the starting point of this project. I would like there to be a rescoping, if you will, a re-evaluating of this project, both in terms of market conditions and improving its energy efficiency, moving forward from the platform of a 10-story building, and see to what degree any additional floors may, in fact, address the issues that I've been raising. But for now, there are just too many uncertainties for me to support the idea of 5 additional floors.
I think as everybody said, and first let me say thank you to everybody who's come and who's spoken and who has expressed an interest and shared their views with us. I would certainly agree with my colleagues that this is a very large, very complex project, and one that may have potentially the biggest impact on this city of any other project that has been approved by a city council ever, maybe. And I sat here through the discussions multiple years for the Chauncey, and that's kind of small potatoes, actually, compared to this one. But talking of the Chauncey, one of the things that was interesting and brought to my mind tonight was a lot of the discussion at that time and concern about the height of that building was so many people who were against the height of the Chauncey said 15 stories are fine south of Burlington. It's the proximity to the neighborhoods, it's the proximity to downtown, but south of Burlington is fine. And now that we're looking at 15 stories south of Burlington, we hear lots of other issues about why maybe 15 stories is not okay. Okay. So for me, when I look at it, I don't think anybody has the answers, or at least I haven't heard them, on how this is going to actually impact vacancy rates. We don't have any hard and fast numbers on what that is going to do. But I also sit here and think about the many hours that we have talked about and debated how much money we should put towards affordable housing because of the significant need for affordable housing in our community. And basic economics tells me supply and demand has an impact. And so as we increase that supply, then that should help some in terms of the rents. Okay, I can't tell you who's going to get hurt, who's not going to get hurt. But it also relates to one other comment that I've heard repeatedly, and I'm really not sure where it got started. And I don't believe that it's true. And that is the continual labeling of steel structures as luxury housing. Okay? To me, it is steel because of the height. It is because that is the way you have to build over 8 stories or so. You can go up about 8 with concrete and wood, and then you got to go steel. It doesn't necessarily make it luxury. I took a tour through the Rise building before they opened. And again, I've heard that one referred to as luxury housing. When I walked into those apartments and looked around, I would not consider that luxury housing. Do they supply certain amenities to provide for entertainment for students and activities for students, which make a healthy living environment? Yes, they do. To me personally, that's not luxury housing. I'm thinking of like super upscale amenities within my living space, if I'm going to call it luxury, but maybe that's just different opinions from different people. Comments have been made about affordable housing. We are not, one, new construction is hard to be affordable. Downtown, it is impossible to be affordable unless there is significant taxpayer subsidy. You're talking about the highest priced land in the city is downtown. And then you put new construction on top of it, it's not going to be affordable as we describe affordable unless there's huge tax subsidies to it. We don't know what the rents are going to be in these new units. The 15 stories per se do not bother me. I see the increase in supply, which I think can have a positive impact on our community. I think comments were made about density versus urban sprawl. I think I totally agree with that. We need to build more dense, trying to protect our farmland around our city. And if you don't care about that, think about also your taxes in terms of how much city infrastructure we have to build. You start developing all these single-family home developments, and studies show that the property taxes on those hardly pay for and maybe don't pay for the city infrastructure, the streets, the snow removal, the water lines, the sewer lines, et cetera. So having more dense development helps offset those costs. When we talk about the views, when this first came up, and particularly when it was referring to views of the courthouse, as I drove up and down Burlington Street, you can't see the courthouse from Burlington Street, period. Between the buildings that are already there and the trees that are already there, there's maybe one little gap where you can see the courthouse. So to me, the only impact, particularly on the courthouse, might be if you're looking at the courthouse, say from the southeast, and then these buildings are the backdrop to the courthouse. And so maybe that concerns you. To me, we're opening up a view of the old Capitol that we don't currently have. And with the height of the skywalk, and we'll get into some of these other issues later, that does not have enough of an impact for me to not support the development. I really feel that there are more positives for this, for the community as a whole, for students, for affordable housing, that I am in support of the 15 stories.
I also just want to thank everyone who's provided input. As a new city councilor, this has been a very difficult topic to grapple with, both in terms of the volume of the information, the time that it's been pending, trying to defer to the careful policy decisions that the prior council enacted and just trying to take in as much as possible up until this moment. So I've been scribbling a lot of notes, don't have good prepared remarks like everybody else, but I really do want to focus on the issue that's in front of us. And we do lack a specific policy relating to some of the values that we've articulated yet tonight. And without a policy that says in order to have a height bonus, you have to do, these 5 things, we have a policy that says we have discretion. And so we have discretion to ask for items of public benefit based on what the current council believes are our priorities, furthering our strategic plan goals that we think are for the benefit of the community as a whole. And to Councilor Weiner's point, I think some of that I think some of that may have shifted a little bit within the last few years, and the developer's proposal, focusing so much on student housing, so much of that has been built within the last few years. That's less of a priority. To not have sustainability be at the core of the presentation from the developer, I articulated last meeting, is really, really kind of disappointing. And so I just want to focus in on the height bonus request as a tool to try and achieve these other public benefits. And I think if we look at the climate crisis that has just been really recently declared, and the plans that we have in trying to react as a government, what we can do about that, the specific sustainability items that the developer has spoken to today, I think are very important. I would not be in favor of granting the height bonus without those kinds of requirements. I also think it is important to think about density, both in terms of urban sprawl as well as in terms of the height itself. And the fact, this is where I go back to what the previous council very carefully considered and articulated in terms of where a request like this might even be entertained. And this particular block and this particular configuration south of Burlington, but so close to downtown, was one area identified as, if we ever have density, if we ever have a building height of 15 stories, this is an appropriate spot for it. And I do take that into consideration, and it's persuasive to me when considering the benefits of density from the environmental standpoint. And the other thing that I think about in terms of this council and our priorities is the affordable housing component. And so I did try to set aside any confirmation bias that I had. Thank you, Sarah. But I did find it very persuasive that the Affordable Housing Coalition, which doesn't just represent one perspective, but tries to have a variety of viewpoints, was unanimously in favor of this project at the proposed density and height. And I think that, our former mayor, Jim Throgmorton, at one point made a comment like, well, governments can't make markets, but governments influence markets, or something along those lines. And I think, to the point of the Affordable Housing Coalition, what we can do in allowing this many potential units, which could only be constructed if the developer decides that it is appropriate in the market with the supply and demand and conforms to whatever conditions we may impose. If that happens, if we allow for that, it really does influence the supply. And I think, I also can't say who would be harmed by that. I'm a small landlord myself. I understand, the pressures in the market, but I also think we know that landlords in our community and throughout the state have also benefited from some pretty significant tax relief in the last few years, and that is also, one factor when I look at the cost benefit and who all might bear, I think, what would be unintended consequences of increasing the supply potentially significantly for the student population in our community. So I am in favor of granting the height bonus to the full 15 stories with requirements relating to the sustainability elements that we've been discussing that I think we need to nail down.
Yeah. I'm going to support this project for the 15-story because of the following. I believe the riverfront crossing master plan meant to be built high over there. And downtown, maybe not, but South Burlington it meant to build high. So I support the 15-story building there, and I just would like to see also, as Laura said, and as the council said, like sustainability, and also like make sure this building will be have a security and management and all this kind of thing, which is gonna talk about it later. But what I like about this building is, yes, of course, thank you very much for agreeing to like pay fee in lieu for affordable housing. And thank you also, Sarah, for supporting this as Affordable Housing Coalition. I think if we look at the budget proposal from President Trump right now, cutting a lot of things to housing and social services support programs, and also it's eliminating CDBG and home programs, and cut voucher and housing fund, then he as a developer helping creating affordable housing that will be affordable forever. It needed right now more than ever. Because if we cannot receive those funds, you never know. And if this fund has been cut that we used to do affordable housing with them, then we need another help. And to the point of Councilwoman Taylor that affordable housing need to be in the same building. I don't think so. I really agree with Susan Mims about downtown, affordable in downtown, that's hard. And new construction, and also furnished apartment. How all this, all these things cannot make that affordable. That's why when I ask for fee in lieu, because we would like to build affordable housing that will be affordable forever. And this is supposed to be spent on Riverfront Crossing, and I think there is many ways to do. There's like Affordable Housing Coalition, and other people have real experience about for affordable housing. They can come up with a plan that we can spend the $9,400,000, I think, and build affordable housing there. I also like it, a lot union members here, which is I want to see a building that local project, local labor, bring more jobs to the community and get like livable wage, and these wages will be spent in our community, which will be like really fantastic. And I love project that being built by unions, because as a community organizer at Center for Worker Justice, the misclassification of workers, many buildings that being built by outsiders. In this town, we know all the problem that been having from wage theft, like misclassification and discrimination, and also low quality building. And I think like making local people, union that we know, this is great to see. I think I conclude by I support the 15-story building. With all the things that we're going to discuss later about sustainability and management and everything. Yeah.
So I guess it's down to me as far as my comments on this project. I do want to say thanks to all of the many voices that have come out. I've spoke to a lot of people in the community. I appreciate everybody being here today to share their thoughts, their passion on this project. And it's a real special thanks to the council, because this has been what I know, a project that many people, as you can tell by the comments that have been shared today, the council has listened to the community and those that reached out to them. They've deliberated a lot on the content and all the elements that is a part of this. For myself, I can tell you that I am definitely not a confirmation bias person, where I came here really to hear from the community, continue to hear from the community, continue to hear from my fellow counselors, to come to a decision or to a place where I feel is where I want to be. This is one where there are some great things in this project. When we talk about climate action, we talk about density. And, you know, I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that's already been talked about in great detail. I'll keep it at somewhat of a high level. So density, that is something that, at least for climate action, there are some positives there. Again, when we talk about climate action because of density, there are some missing pieces here. When we and I think, you know, Councilor Weiner talked about the energy efficiency that we really do want to see this standard, and on this project, and also ensure that it's on future development projects. Even Councilor Burgess talked about, you know, the height bonuses is a tool that we have leverage for when developers come to us to ask for public benefits to achieve some of the goals that council has. When I think of the opportunity for the construction trades, those are benefits. Those are great things. We're talking about local money circulating, dollars circulating within our community, and so that is a huge thing for us to consider. I'll tell you that, you know, the balconies and the skywalk and the angle parking, I'm going to wait until we get there after I kind of tally up where people are thinking on this essentially yes, no, and I almost heard a deferment proposal potentially from one of the council. When we as I look at this, and I think of the vacancy rates, we've heard from landlords. I've heard from large landlords that have, I call the large landlord 20-plus properties. I've heard from large landlords that support it. I've heard from large landlords that don't. I've heard from small landlords that don't. I don't know that I've heard from any small landlord that does support this right now in the moment when I'm thinking about this. I am a small landlord, and I do know that vacancy rates matter. You know, it does matter. Vacancy rates will affect our community. I think economics, basic economics, as Councilor Mims has mentioned, when we're talking about our affordability goals as council, we have to rely on the landlords within our community to help us achieve that. One basic way through economics is just the market will shape itself, is my belief, where we will have affordable housing. You know, the $9 million, I'll tell you that $9 million, if we had one family, unless they can spend it as they want, and it's like winning $1 million, you know, winning the lotto. But for me, I'll just say this. The opportunity for someone to live in Riverfront Crossing in this building or any other projects is worth more than money when we talk about the opportunity and exposure to other things that students who are financially wealthy experience. I think exposure to other cultures and other individuals can provide a life lesson that they may not be able to receive if we are, one, potentially creating all affordable in one location. That's not to knock anybody. If you, I won't get in too deep, but if you're just talking about a product of your environment, I think exposure is how people get beyond where they are. And so I appreciate the $9 million. In this project, we're going to take the $9 million, but I just want to make that statement that opportunity and exposure is worth more than $9 million. That is more of a big global thing that I, definitely heard from. There are some policy changes that I think council will have to consider outside of this project. But today we're asked if we will support the 15-story height bonus. We know that the University of Iowa, these are the students that this is being marketed to. Those are the students that will be there. there's uncertainty as we talk about the over the 100 year, I think I had it at $3.5 billion. That sounds awesome. And if we were to get that as a community, that will do a lot of the goals of this community, not just the council, but the goals of this community. We don't know if this will be sold to another developer, and we can't. I won't go there. I think that's just too much, speculation and all that other stuff. If it's sold to the University of Iowa in the future, we know that we won't get the tax dollars. There is no mechanism for us to put a stipulation on this project, as we couldn't do any other development, to get to ensure that we get tax base from this project in the future. So we don't have any tools in our toolbox to do that, and I think it is not council, at least in my view, it is not council's place to kind of hold any developer at bay because we don't have that tool in our toolbox. This is a decision that I think is very monumental. It does affect some individuals. It will affect some of our individuals, specifically some of our property owners. It will have an effect. I am very fully aware of this. I wish there was something that I can do to ensure that that won't happen. Flip side, I do believe that it will affect our market, allow affordable housing. There's a lot of people within our community, in the periphery that I always mention, they want to be here in Iowa City. And I think I heard that 53% or something like that of our rental market is University of Iowa students. And there's a large missing piece of people that want to be here. And I think this project and other projects might be that catalyst to reach some of our goals. I think I'm ready to make a decision, at least within myself. One thing, I don't know. We really have to get serious about our climate crisis. And when do we say this is where we're gonna start it? We understand that we have the commission that's going to come back after the 100-day report and come back to council. But this is such a huge project. We have all said that this is like one of the biggest decisions council has made in a while. I don't know if I can get anyone to kind of defer this so that we can have more discussions about if we really want to get serious about our climate crisis. I really do think that the energy performance target we need to talk about. This is an opportunity. We have a height bonus for 5 stories. And this is a tool that we have as a council to reach some of those goals. We have the energy efficiency and the standards that we don't want only to be limited to this project, but to future development. So I, right now, will probably make the request that we defer this for some of the things that I just mentioned. So I don't know if I can, I guess I'm going to make a motion to defer. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I won't support the deferral. I think I made it really clear 2 weeks ago that I felt that we needed to do our homework and come prepared to make a decision tonight. While I appreciate all the comments, about the climate crisis and agree that we need to get more serious about it, I think we also, in all fairness, have to look at it from the standpoint of look at timelines and where, we made that declaration, I can't remember how many months ago or whatever. This is a project that's been kind of in process for 2 years. And it's almost like you want to stop a project that's in the middle of its process so that we can get stricter requirements in place that we hadn't gotten around to doing already. That's on us. That's on us that we hadn't already done that. And we've been talking, like you said, we've got the commission, we've got the 100-day report, et cetera. They're going to come back. I absolutely and totally agree that we need to look at those things very carefully and need to make improvements and more stringent requirements. And I think we need to do that in collaboration with our development community and builder communities. So we, again, this can become in conflict with our affordable housing goals. So I don't think there's any quick and simple answers to that whole issue. And so to basically stop a project in its tracks to try and do something that could take weeks or months, I don't think that's a fair way to deal with people that we're trying to do business with.
I would like to just respond to that, and I would agree. I think we've had other projects before us where I may mention that the comprehensive plan isn't where we want it to be. It's outdated, and I didn't want to hold those developers to some of the new information and some of the new goals of the council, and so I've forewent some of those new goals of the council to really push that project through because it was totally in line with the comp plan. But in this project right here where I see we have an opportunity, and it is because we have leverage. And so that is where normally I think you're exactly right. We don't hold one developer to a standard that we won't hold other developers. I think right now it is an opportunity, and I just want to see what other counselors are thinking as far as like if we're serious about our climate crisis, if we're serious about this being some leverage. I just want to see what other people think.
Well, my position of approving the 10 was in effect trying to create the space for that conversation to happen, of getting a higher level of integration of our climate action goals into the project rather than having them tacked on at the end as conditions without, in my view, looking at, if we're really serious about climate action, it needs to be more deeply integrated into the building itself so that these issues of embodied carbon, which also apply to the steel and concrete, didn't mention that in my presentation, but that's one critical concern with tall buildings is the fact the structural system is high embodied carbon. Now there are, as Austin mentioned, mass timber systems which can replace the concrete and steel, but that's not what we're seeing with this project. So, my hope had been that given the size of this project, I think Susan's argument, if this were kind of a standard project, would be one thing, but this is a building which will define the downtown. And so I think the stakes are considerably higher in terms of if we want this project to reflect our values, because it is going to be of such a scale. I'm not confident if we approve it tonight and move forward on it that it's going, in the end, we're going to find that it satisfies those standards.
I don't personally think that it's unfair to discuss adding or to add a requirement, for example, such as LEED Silver with a certain number of energy points. The project manager has already expressed the willingness to consider that. I don't believe that we've seen renderings, but I do not believe that the actual planning, the actual architectural plans have been started yet. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that's the case. So I think it is entirely fair for a building of this scale, and which would so fundamentally change this, at least one portion of Iowa City, to view it through that climate change lens with the energy efficiency lens attached to, in order to grant the extra 5 stories.
I guess my question to you, Janice, with that, are you talking about going above and beyond some of the discussions that have already taken place with potential amendments and having to defer for that? Or are you referring more to some of the potential amendments that I know individual counselors have already discussed one-on-one.
I'm referring to existing potential amendments. I would like to see different things going forward as we look at amending the code. But I think that if we were to approve this project, that the project itself should be seen as a flagship and a leader in this field, sort of the first to really implement some of these standards on a large scale, even if going forward we would want to make them somewhat more stringent. Because yes, it's been in the planning for a couple of years. I don't know if that's clear or not. But basically what I'm saying is, yes, I would be fine with the amendments that we've discussed privately for future reference and for looking at what we would want in the code going forward. I would likely ask for more.
I would agree.
I just want to make this explicit. So I reached out to staff requesting certain sustainability recommendations based on solar and what could we have as standards for improving the sustainability of this project. And we looked at the TIF policy, which is one previously articulated policy of the council that requires, should the developer get that benefit, and here we have a different benefit, which is the height bonus, but should the developer get that benefit, there's a requirement for minimum of LEED Silver certification with at least 8 points going, based on the optimized energy performance credit. And so what we have in front of us for consideration is some specific language requiring that. Requiring rooftop solar to generate at least 150,000 kilowatt hours annually, and if it's phased in, a minimum of 75,000 kilowatt hours annually, and installing only low-flow fixtures in the residential units and common bathrooms, and it has a definition of that. So that's what I was referring to as far as, the specific requirements. If we were to defer, I would hope that we would try and be very articulate about what we're hoping to determine or consider or require, so that we can be purposeful in whatever additional information we would need to get. So I just wanted to be explicit that I feel like that satisfied those requests as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with you, Laura. If we really want to defer this, we have to talk right now about what we want to see next time. And I don't know, for all this kind of sustainability requirement, is that something have to be like on the agreement now so we can vote for it, or this is something we can add it later? That's a question for you.
I think we have to have a description of what's being required.
Then in this case, I guess we just have to defer it and make sure what we want to add, like what
description that's included in the handouts that you got.
Oh, in the one that we
have
I didn't look at
let
it.
me just maybe make it clear to the public. I think various counselors have had just kind of some one-on-one meetings trying to kind of figure out what people were looking for, what was important, et cetera. And as Counselor Burgess said, she specifically reached out to staff and said, hey, here's some things I'm interested in, might want to offer as an amendment to the resolution. And we all have been up here long enough to realize that, particularly when you get into something that's complex like this, you don't just add an amendment from the floor without being fairly specific in the language. And so requested that staff help out in terms of drafting some language so that we knew, and the developer would know, and staff would know, what do these amendments really mean and what kind of requirements would they really put. And so, so there's the environmental sustainability. The balconies have been an issue from the beginning, that staff did not recommend the balconies. Planning and zoning did approve balconies. So that has been, a point of discussion, so we knew that could go either way. So we have language in the in the resolution, and we asked for language to go in the opposite direction so that we would be prepared for that. The Skywalk was another one that there was some discussion on, and then the Capitol Street design of either angled parking or parallel parking. So basically, the intent from individual council members was, these are some things that we know that we're going to discuss, and we don't know which way we're going to fall on them, but we want to have specific language in front of us either way we go. And so staff was asked to do that for us. So to your point, Maz, and maybe that you hadn't seen this, there is language prepared on those environmental issues that Laura had asked staff to do. So we
Yeah.
do have that in front of us.
Yeah, I see that. I see what you're talking about, the environmental sustainability. But really, I'm looking into it, but there is more to it. Like what Martha said earlier, I guess she brought like a lot of good point that we can add here and things. And so I think, as she said, if we need to add something, we have to add it now, or
Yeah, and I guess I would say I'm in the same boat as Laura is. I think I'm comfortable with, on the environmental sustainability, with the 3 points that would be here in this amendment. I would like to see us looking at this much more closely in terms of what additional requirements we would make on
Yes.
future projects. But I'm
Exactly.
comfortable with this for this project.
Any other comments before we take a vote?
Well, I guess we're voting on the deferral,
The
correct?
deferment,
So-
and it will be a, just an up or down vote.
Yeah, is there, just, like, what would we be looking for to nail it down for the next meeting?
I think for me, where the hesitancy came is really related to the climate action. I know some of the other things that I won't go into, like the vacancy rates. My heart really goes out to the landlords, but if there was an opportunity for us to really look at, because we did one-off conversations, so staff did give comment on the things that we specifically submitted and asked to put into language, but there wasn't like a comprehensive recommendation from staff on some of the things that might be, even from the 100-day report that could be added to meet our climate crisis. And so I think that's my reason for doing this, is just to allow staff some time to navigate that one aspect. The vacancy rates and a lot of the other things, the balcony, the sky, I'm not referring to that, is really, if we're going to be serious about our climate crisis goals and achieving that, if we just allow one more meeting, and unfortunately I didn't notice, that was something that even though we tried to navigate it, it was something that I just have a pause just to look at what that might be. And this is our opportunity right now to do that.
Yeah, I had not seen the actual language until I walked in this evening. And what was also raised in the course of the meeting was another notion raised by Martha of the energy performance targets. So there are these different criteria that can be applied to energy efficiency in a particular proposed project. So, as it's clear, I had a number of other issues related to how this project affects the context in terms of energy performance, shall we say. But it does seem, having an opportunity to better understand what would be applied to this, and we have the language pulled from our TIF requirements, and then we also have at least an opportunity to I would like a better understanding of the energy performance targets as they relate to building performance.
I could offer some thoughts on this as you work your way through it. Introducing a new energy standard for a project like this is not something that we can come back with in 2 weeks and have ready for you. To give you some context, when we worked through this on this particular issue with our TIF policy, that was several months of debate, of analysis by the EDC committee, by council, to get to that TIF +8 standard. So I think when you're talking about introducing a new standard with the intent to not only apply that to this project, but to future projects, you're going to look at a much more robust process to develop that standard. You're going to have lots of folks from the community that want to inform you of their thoughts. You're going to have a Climate Action Commission that's going to want to weigh in on that as well. So if you defer with the intention to set a new energy standard that hasn't been contemplated before, I would expect that you're going to need considerable more time than 2 weeks to develop that standard. I understand there's other communities that have that, but typically in my experience, you can't just pluck a standard from that code and use that as our standard without considerable debate. I think the building community, the architectural community, the climate advocates, again, they're all going to want to weigh in on that standard. Now, in the 100-day report, we do identify that that these bonus height requirements need to be revisited, and particularly it needs to be a requirement for any bonus height to meet some standard. But again, we're trying to follow a process in which the commission is reviewing that report, and they're going to come back to you and agree, disagree, reprioritize, and then we're going to get to work on that. So my thought is, I appreciate you're responding to the calls from the community here. I like the idea of basing that on a current standard that's been vetted, and that's our TIF policy. I think if you feel like that's inadequate for a project like this, unless you're prepared to defer for a substantial period of time, you work within that framework. Maybe it's LEED Gold instead of LEED Silver, and I know that's not going to satisfy everybody, but at least it's a framework that has been vetted publicly, that decision was made with considerable public input into that process.
Is there any way we can add to those, like, three, options that we have here and just not debate it and continue? Since it's going to take time, it's not fair for the developer to wait, really.
Yeah. I guess I was the one that made the deferment. I know that council has given great thought to some of the things that we wanted to be prepared for today. To even hear right now on the cusp, me to ask council to even think about what you just proposed, like, is there one thing we want to add, like lead gold and all that other stuff? I don't know that I'm asking of that. What I would propose is that we maybe take the vote and see where we land on this, and then we move from there. But I know that I don't know what the gold means, as far as this project, and so that is not what I'm asking of the council for this deferment.
I guess before we take the vote, let us think about, if we can change those and just move forward. And so after that, if we can solve the problem, you can just withdraw the motion, right?
You can talk about that now before you vote.
Yeah.
But what kind of, do you have a specific idea of a change that you would make
Maybe
to it?
Bruce, you can propose idea. Laura, do you have something else to add to the environmental sustainability that we have?
My concern was if we deferred it and just say to staff, here's some ideas that you helped us develop, but this isn't it, but we don't know what it is.
Sure.
That I don't feel like that's a fair process. And that's why having a standard that was vetted and, has been implemented, that's where I got to my comfort level. With the additional, in addition to that, the solar requirement, which will probably help them meet that standard, but making that a specific requirement, and the low flow fixtures. Again, I just want to make sure we're being as specific as we can be, so that if we were to defer, it would be for a purpose to include something that would actually be an amendment to the resolution.
Any, I'm sorry. This is council time, but we appreciate the offer. Any other comments, or are we ready to vote?
I mean, one of the reasons that I also said yes to this LEED Silver standard with the 8 points for energy is because it has been vetted. And while it's not my ideal for other projects going forward, it is something that has been considered by this council and by the public as a standard for developers who are asking for TIF money. And so it's not an unknown and it's not an unexpected ask if you're looking at sustainability and energy efficiency. Again, looking at an entirely different process, which would be what we go through with the commission and with their report. That's a separate issue at this point for me. The issue that I'm looking at right now is what can we as a council do if we are going to approve this height bonus request that will get us considerably more energy efficiency than we would otherwise have seen in this project, with a standard that the development community here already knows to expect.
So we have a motion on the floor for deferment. Are we ready to vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Can we say aye or nay?
Well, any opposed say nay.
Nay.
No, but is this a roll
So-
call or no?
It's not a roll call. It is an up or down vote.
No. So why don't we raise our hands? Who voted for deferral? Okay.
I didn't hear the second vote. So motion passes, motion fails 2-5. All right, so we had the original motion to approve the resolution. We need another motion to go back there, or since the deferment, the motion is still there.
Motion is still there.
All right.
Can you get these
Yeah,
up
so,
on the screen?
Mayor, we have the handout in front of you. We're prepared to put
Yes.
on the screen. And as Danielle's putting that up, I'll just really quick explain. I think it's been alluded to, but I had 4 council members over the last few days ask me for, or share their thoughts on potential amendments. So the city attorney's office worked to draft some language, and what you're going to see on the screen is language that can both tells you what is in the current resolution, and then below, some suggested language on if you want to make a change to that item. So for example, this first item that's on the screen, the current resolution language is at the top. It says balconies shall not be allowed. No balconies shall be allowed. If it's the council's will to allow balconies, then that language there below will allow you, will get you to that point. The second page deals with the skywalk, the third page deals with the Capitol Street design, and the fourth page deals with the 3 sustainability elements that have been mentioned. That is the LEED Silver plus with 8 points in the Optimized Energy Performance Credit, the rooftop solar modules, and the low-flow fixtures. So my suggestion is you take each of those informally, one by one. If you've got questions, we can work through you on this language. I know you all just got this when you arrived here today. We can explain the language if needed. And then at the end, you can offer one motion to amend the resolution with the language that's included or modified, and we'll be good to go with that one single vote, if that's okay with you.
What do you mean, one single vote for all of them?
No, you'll informally vote so we know what that motion should be.
Okay,
So
sure.
balconies, you'll informally kind of take a poll. We'll know if there's support for balconies or not. We'll move to the next item.
Yes.
After we get through 4, with any more discussion, you should be ready to take your vote.
Okay, so I
When
think.
And when the motion's made, you can refer to the documentation you've been provided.
Great. So I think I'm going to go with balconies first, and then I know that we've had some deliberation on balconies. I want to maybe first just take a who would be in support to amend what is currently within the resolution to allow balconies? If I can just see a
I would.
hand. So I see, okay. So I'm going to say that this would be
Amended.
amended. And for number 2 is the skywalk. I'm going to do the same show of hands who would allow the construction of the skywalk, which would be an amendment to the current resolution. If I can see a show of hands. Okay.
Laura's thinking over
So-
here.
I'm thinking, yeah.
And maybe I should also, if I can see a show of hands that say no to the skywalk and keep the resolution as is. Please, let me see your hands. And, all right, so this is one item that we'll probably come back and discuss.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't very clear there. And then for number 3 is the Capitol Street design. So if we want to go different from the current resolution, this would be to allow angled parking. So if you want to allow angled parking, please raise your hand. If you don't want to allow angled parking and keep the current resolution as written with parallel parking, please raise your hand. Okay, so this one we won't do an amendment for. And then the last and 4th item is the environmental sustainability. If you are, this is new, so this would be added. If you are inclined to vote for this, please raise your hand. Okay, all right. So the only one that we need to maybe have some opportunities for discussion on is the skywalk. So please share.
Looks like maybe I'm the undecided on this one. So, I just wanted to kind of frame where my thoughts were at and then hear from my colleagues a little bit, hopefully. The view shed part of it, I am less concerned with. I think, I work downtown, I walk to the courthouse frequently, and, going down Burlington, my sister used to live in the Pentecrest Apartments. I feel very familiar with the area, and, there isn't a view to the old Capitol now, and opening up Capitol Street is very, very important. And so when I look at the cost benefit of it, the view shed piece is less persuasive to me. The forcing people, I guess not forcing people onto the street level is more of a concern. And I know we heard from the developer that they're probably not looking to orient the commercial in the building necessarily towards the tenants. And so I just sort of worry about the idea of like, what are we encouraging or facilitating by having that so self-contained? Now, on the flip side, the idea of not opening and closing the doors constantly to get people down onto the street, and I guess that some small energy benefit from that is compelling, as well as just the general convenience for the residents. But what are other
I'll
folks
tell you
thinking?
where I come down on it. To me, again, like with you, Laura, the view shed is not critical to me. Again, with the transparency of that skywalk and the height of it, and really, where you would have to stand to have it impact your view of Old Capitol, I can live with that. I look at it kind of equity for residents in the 2 towers in terms of access to the amenities that are going to be in there. And I also look at it as we talk about wanting these structures to be flexible for a different demographic over the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years of, okay, so maybe we don't have enough students to fill this place, and maybe they decide to condo 3 or 4 floors, at the top of one of the towers. And, maybe makes logical sense, you condo the ones in the highest building, which that's the east building, and your amenities in your west building, and so making it easy for people to get across there. I don't worry so much about not pushing people out to the street, because you've got tons of students that are going to be getting out on the street every day 2 or 3 times to walk to and from classes. So to me, that kind of takes care of itself because they're going to have to get out every day to go to classes. But I think having that connection, I think particularly adds to the attractiveness of the building for non-students in the future.
I guess for me, I just wanted to wait to see the renderings today, which we were shown. I honestly came to this meeting with no decision on where I would be on this project. But I am comfortable with what I've seen. I think some of the things that Councilor Mims just mentioned, I would agree with, and I think overall is really the flexibility of the building. I do get historic preservation, or just some of the comments about the view. I hear it. I think what was presented would be, in my opinion, very acceptable within our community, and so that's why I support it.
For me, I really torn, I don't know, but part of me saying that this will be really for like energy efficient, very good. People are not gonna walk out and opening doors all the time, and they can just use the skywalk. But in the same time, when I look at the staff recommendation and look at this from the everything that they said, when we open the Capitol Street, I guess this important street, so the view will be really good. So I just really think that it is really blocking the view of the old Capitol from some angle to me. I don't know, like the picture that we have earlier is from where we take that. But like maybe like close or far away, I just think that it will do block the Capitol. I know that some people, they say the view is not important, but I think for me it's important. The Capitol is really a major constructions and important in Iowa City. And it's really, I really don't know what to do.
Can I just make one comment to you? When I looked at, one thing that was really compelling to me was with the description tonight of how far south you had to be in order for the balcony, the skywalk, to line up with the top of Old Capitol. You had to be like way down by the jail.
Really?
Yeah. You had to be that far south, was, I think, way down by the jail. So if you're up like on Court Street or just a little bit south of Court Street on Capitol Street, that skywalk is going to be way above the top of Old Capitol. So to me, the fact that you had to be all the way down by the jail in order to have it impact your view of Old Capitol was that much more compelling to me, that it's not that obtrusive in terms of the view.
I still think that it's in the view. The skywalk is in the view, no matter what direction or how far away, 1,500 feet or 2,000 feet you are, it's in the view. And I feel that it distracts from everything around it, the surroundings, and it almost even seems to make those buildings seem even more massive because they've got that connecting piece between them. So it just seems even bigger and more massive than it is. So I'm not in favor of the skywalk.
Well, we did hear from the Historic Preservation Commission. They were not in favor of the skywalk. Their point of view, I think, matters. In my assessment, staff recommended against it. The notion we are trying to promote walkable urbanism, which is not on a skywalk, it's on the street between the buildings that make up this part of the downtown. So to me, this reflects this kind of world unto itself quality that the project has, which I don't find consistent with the notion of trying to promote flow and walkability and continuity at the street level. But
can the staff tell us why this is not being recommended again?
Yeah, I think the points that have been made in the negative hit it right on the head. Both Pauline and John's concern articulate the same concerns that staff had. It's the view. I mean, one of the desires to open up Capitol Street is to recapture that view of the old Capitol. You get 4 shots at it. We gave this one away in the 70s, and this is our chance to claim it. And to me, a private structure that spans across the street that maybe blocks isn't the right word, but interrupts that view is significant. And we are giving a bonus for the return of Capitol Street. And while it would be returned for pedestrian and vehicular use, staff's thought was it should be returned, the whole view shed should be returned for that height bonus. And then the second piece is, I think John mentioned there, skywalks go against the principle of that walkable area. And you've seen cities that have invested heavily in skywalks struggle with ground floor retail. And I'm not suggesting that one skywalk is going to do that, but I don't think that's the type of environment that we've been trying to create downtown. We've been trying to push things out onto the street and create really pedestrian-friendly streets. So there's clearly different opinions, and that was staff's thought on this particular issue.
I would just add quickly that yes, it's the view is one aspect of this relationship of Capitol, Old Capitol, as it's expressed by Capitol Street, just in the same way that Iowa Avenue is an expression of Old Capitol, east-west. It's a line of force, if you will, emanating from Old Capitol. Old Capitol is the place of origin of this town. It's sort of like, in my view, at a micro scale, the aspirations of Iowa City were like Washington, D.C.'s in terms of identifying a high elevation, identifying two streets that projected out into the surrounding landscape that ran at the four quadrants, and that line would not be interrupted. So it's a line of force. So, using the Washington, D.C. analogy, running skywalks across some of the defining axes of Washington, D.C. is at the former capital of Iowa, of the state of Iowa. The same intent, I think, was attended with the layout of Old Capitol as it related to these two particular streets.
I would like to see all of the Capitol Street right-of-way ceded back to the city. And perhaps this can also create a little bit of a price point differential between the two buildings, so that if you don't want all the amenities and don't want instant access to all of them, maybe you end up paying a little bit less. But to me, I just would really like a clean break.
I have a question for our attorney. The way that the resolution is currently worded with the dedicating the right-of-way without reservation of air rights to the developer, would that preclude in the future them requesting some kind of easement or something for, and adding it back in later, if we say no now?
I don't think so.
So the option would be open to add it later?
To ask for a vacation of that right-of-way, just like anybody could.
For just that use? Okay.
So are we ready to do maybe a hand vote again, just to see where we land? I'm going to start with what's currently in the resolution, which is not to grant the skywalk. So that would mean no skywalk. So if you're in favor of the current resolution with no skywalk, please raise your hand. Okay. And if you are in favor of the skywalk, I think, please raise your hand. So, all right, this will not go as a part of the amendment. So, councilors, are we ready to move to approve a resolution
I would like to amend.
with the amendment to allow balcony and environmental sustainability as written by staff drafted resolution? So we'll get it all in one?
Right, I think we just need a motion to amend pending resolution to add the balcony language and the sustainability language provided by staff.
So that's a separate with an up and down vote?
Right.
Okay.
So I move to amend the resolution with the balcony language and the environmental sustainability language given to us tonight by staff.
Moved by Mims.
Second.
Seconded by Salim. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to approve the resolution?
That's already on the floor.
Oh, so, all right. That's already on the floor. So we want to do a roll call, all right? And this is for, just so that we know what we're voting for, this is for the 5 stories, the height bonus for 12 East Court Street,
As amended.
As amended.
as amended. And so we're going to do roll call, and this is either you are supporting it or you are not. Roll call, please.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
No.
Weiner,
Yes.
Fergus,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. I mean, 5-2. It's after 10. Could I have a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Salee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item 12, Robert A. Lee Recreational Center Phase 2 improvements. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of costs for the construction of the Robert A. Lee Recreation Center Phase 2 improvement project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Welcome to
Hello.
the after party hosted by Parks and Recreation. Let me keep it really simple. So this is the project for Phase 2 of renovations at Robert A. Lee. A couple things it's going to do. It's going to replace the fire alarm system, which desperately needs to be done. It's going to take the 2 small restrooms on the pool deck, make them into one larger family changing restroom available also for people with disabilities, and then take the old racquetball court and game room and turn those into a usable space for community groups, rec programming, a variety of needs. That's all.
Great. Any questions for Julie?
Exciting.
Thank you. All right. Any public discussion on this item? Seeing there's no public discussion, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Taylor. Council discussion?
Weiner.
Oh, Weiner? All right. Roll call, please.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Fergus,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Salee.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 13, maximum property tax levy. Resolution setting the maximum property tax levy for certain levies for the proposed budget ending June 30th, 2021. I'm going to open the public hearing. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, here it comes.
Council.
You just need to X out of that box there. Yep.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Bockenstead, Finance Director for the city. Tonight is a public hearing for the fiscal year 2021 maximum property tax levy. Approval of the maximum property tax levy is a new requirement that was passed by the state legislature in 2019. This change pertains to the general levy, the transit levy, the tort levy, the emergency levy, and the employee benefits levies. The levies that were not impacted by this change include the debt service levy, the library levy, and the SMID levy. The proposed maximum property tax levy is $53,930,125. That's an increase of 12.58% over last year's levy. and we're talking about just total dollars that the city is asking for. There's various reasons why we had this much growth in our property tax asking. One of those reasons is the property reassessments that were done by the city assessor. Another would be new construction that took place within the city. A third reason is that we added an emergency levy this year, and then also we did a slight increase to the employee benefits levy. That 12.58% does not reflect the decrease that we made or that is proposed to the debt service levy, because that is not an impacted levy. And since this increase is greater than 2%, it will require a 2/3 majority of the city council to approve. For the FY21 budget overall, the property tax rate is decreasing by 6 cents for 1583 to 1577. And the total property tax revenues are budgeted to increase by 9.2%. So that difference between those two is the difference in the impacted levies versus the non-impacted levies. There will still be a separate public hearing to adopt the budget in March. However, this is a new mandatory step that the city council would approve the maximum property tax levy, and that's what you're being asked to do tonight. And I will try to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks
Sorry
for
you
all
hit
your
us
work.
on such a night.
Yeah.
Stay so late.
Yeah.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public who would like to address this topic? I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution?
Move.
Moved by Mims,
By me.
seconded by Weiner.
Move by me.
Moved by Salee, seconded by Weiner. Council discussion. I'm sleepy.
I'm thrilled to see us able to lower the levy again. I would have liked to see more, but at least we've still been able to go down again. And I know we may not be able to continue this forever, obviously, but it's nice to see.
Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 14, Social Justice and Racial Equity Grant allocations. Resolution adopting the Social Justice and Racial Equity Grant allocations for fiscal year 2020.
Mayor, I will recuse myself on this.
Okay. Could I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. And hello. Yes, welcome.
So this is just a resolution based upon a recommendation from the Human Rights Commission to approve funding for the first 6 top-ranked applicants, and then partial funding for the 7th highest-ranked applicant.
Great.
It?
Was it a hard process? I'm just curious. in
No,
terms
it's
of
actually
quality.
gotten a lot better. This was the 4th year, and the meeting was over within an hour, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for the process that you all go through to get to this allocation request. So, great.
I think it's a really impressive and diverse group that the commission has recommended that we support.
Agree.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? Council discussion?
I echo what Janice said, that it's an impressive group of those nonprofits out there that these funds are going to go to, and thank them for what they do for the community.
Totally agree. Roll
Especially,
call.
I would add one more thing, I'm sorry, I don't want to prolong, but I really appreciate them focusing on a group like Inside Out Reentry. There's not a lot that we can do for people who've already served their time and who have, for example, not necessarily been able to get their voting rights back, but this is something we can do to help.
I would second that. I think that's a great point to make. Any other discussion on this topic? Roll call, please.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes. Motion passes 6 with 1 recusal
Based on a conflict of interest.
based on a conflict of interest. Item number 15, assessment schedule appeal 213 West Benton. Resolution adopting an assessment schedule for unpaid mowing charges and directing the clerk to certify the same to the Johnson County Treasurer for collection in the same manner as property tax. Could I get a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Salee. And hello, we're going to open this up for public discussion.
Hi, my name is Z Moriarty. I live at 213 West Benton Street. I feel that this fee should be waived. I was at work and my wife was at home and someone from the city came. They told her that an area next to the garage was overgrown, which it was, and that it needed to be cleared out. I came home, I took care of it, I cleared out that area. 7 or 8 days later, a crewman came out from I don't know where, but they went around my house and they cut down flowers and grasses that I was using, like echinacea, black-eyed Susans, lilies, some grasses that I was using to make bouquets of flowers for my pregnant wife. They didn't address anything in the area which had just been pointed out to verbally with a hand signal to my wife. I think they overstepped their bounds and did what they were not supposed to do, and I had taken care of what had been asked of us. So
Okay.
that's my case.
Great. Anything else you want to state to the council?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great. We're going to have staff come up.
Good evening.
Good
Stan
evening.
Laverman, Senior Housing Inspector. So it's my department division that oversees this. In your council packet, there was a notice of violation that was sent to the property owner where it spelled out what items needed to be corrected. Additionally, there was pictures that were taken by the contractor prior to the work being completed that showed the issues that were still in violation. The notice of violation clearly spelled out that it was the entire yard that had issues, and a proper notice was given, proper amount of time was given for correction. We were reacting also to a neighboring complaint. This wasn't a proactive type of inspection, but reaction to someone in the neighborhood that took issue with the thistles and other weeds and tall grasses in the yard. I'll take any questions.
So Stan, what I was hearing from the resident was there were what sounds like flowering perennials that were intended, were planted intentionally, not weeds.
Sure.
Do you
So
disagree with that? Or?
I would disagree with that, yeah, or that they were so intertwined with thistles and other tall grasses that they wouldn't constitute a garden, that they weren't planted intentionally.
And was there also some, if I recall correctly, that there was some indication as to what areas were to be?
So when the inspector went out there the first time, she did indicate that she talked to a tenant and had pointed out different areas.
Including the area that the
Yes.
contractor then had to go back in
That's
to
correct.
do?
Yep.
My question is really, given the fact that, the owner went and, just like work on it and left something there, maybe they don't know this is something that have to be removed. It happened to me. Sometimes I really don't differentiate between what you call it not the appropriate plant and what, especially I'm a new owner for a house, and I don't know what consider class, what consider good plant, what's considered bad plant. But yes, let us given the fact that this person went and mowed the class, I guess if he would have known this is something have to be removed, he done the job. He's not gonna wait just like say, no, I'm not gonna do this area, so the city can send somebody to clean the rest of it. But if you come out and you find like nothing has been done, I would say yes, you can like give them the violation. But I guess given the fact that he just done it immediately, maybe he really doesn't know this is something that need to be addressed or taken care of. You know, a lot of people, they really don't know. I don't know how we can do that. It happened to me as well. It happened to people that I know, and because they just don't know. But I just want the people to give the fact that this person, as soon as they know, he know that he have to do something, he went there and do it, but maybe he didn't address some of it.
I agree with Ms. Ahir that perhaps he was confused about what exactly was needed, and he's stating, we don't have the photos there, that he'd cleared the side of the house that he believed was the issue, and was just confused about not having to do the other.
Sure. You have, the photos were in the packet, correct? That showed the photos that the contractor discovered and kind of the beds in the condition that they were in. And I think it's pretty obvious that there's thistles from those pictures up by the house. I mean, for us, that's a very common weed. Quite often, we do come across yards that an attempt was made. But we balance that out with, there was a neighbor, there was someone that made a complaint. So we have that concern as well as the concern of the resident of the house. And we try our best to balance that out.
But I want to tell you something. Long time ago, when I received a notice, I was renting on the west side. I received a notice saying that we have to do this and this. And immediately we went and done it. But after that, the person come and said, you know what, you done almost 90% of the thing, but you need to do this and that, because we wasn't know and we completed the job. And I don't know what happened in his case. As long as this person attempt to do it, I don't think if he would know, he would just leave it so he can get violation.
Do we know, what is the responsibility of the owner versus the renter here?
Ultimately, the owner is always responsible for the property. So he may, pass that duty off to the tenant, but ultimately the owner is always responsible for the maintenance of his property.
And the assessment that we're talking about is against the owner, correct?
Is this
The
the first?
assessment, essentially, the assessment will be a lien against the property. If by virtue of the lease, the landlord has imposed that requirement on the tenant, then we assume that the landlord will seek repayment from the tenant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is this the first time for this property, or maybe for this
Yes.
gentleman?
Yep.
Okay. Great.
I think really if this is the first time and he attempt to clean it, I guess we should have just don't charge him this time and waive it. That's my 1 cent.
I mean, we deal with this on a very regular basis. How many were on the last assessment that were? I mean, well, snow. I mean, you're gonna run up against that as well. But I mean, for the last assessment for tall grass and weeds, I think there was 20-some properties, and I can't sit here and say that those were, their second or third time. A lot of those were their first time as well. I mean, there's 7 days where that's clearly stated in our ordinance that that's how long you have to rectify these situations. So
I don't base my decision on just one time, no.
Mm-hmm.
I base my decision on this person who really done attempt to clean it and make sure it's good, and he saw those kind of plant is being intentional or whatever, maybe it's not that, they don't have to be removed, because if I done the job, I'm not gonna say, yes, I will leave this so I can get violation for it. And based on that first, and after that, this is the first attempt, so we can do something about it.
I just find these, challenging, heart-wrenching in a way. I think we have a responsibility as a city. We have to respond to the complaints. We have to enforce the ordinances. I feel incredible compassion for you and caught in the middle. And sometimes we get here almost in a he said, she said kind of situation. We've got photos that to me in some cases aren't totally clear, and I can see where people can misinterpret, but I find it very challenging to not support what the staff and the contractors have provided to us, and the door that opens for all kinds of situations, whether it's snow and weed removal, or snow removal, or mowing and grass. So I'll support the staff's recommendation on this.
I'm not too concerned. I mean, I tend to, being someone who does have an interest in wildflower gardens, shall we say, and there can be an aesthetic judgment here in terms of the neighbor feels it's weeds, the resident feels, no, this is intentional what's going on here, and yes, there may be thistle growing through, but, you know, there is an intention there. There is,
Right.
And so it may be, to me, I view this as a misunderstanding, and to some degree, a differing opinion as to what is a weed patch and what may have unintended invasives, but also has some other stuff going on in it, that, you know, in this case, without any saying anyone did anything wrong, just say that, you know, let's waive the fee in this instance.
You think Mike Wright is watching at this time of night? Because Mike and
Yeah,
I,
Mike Wright would be another example.
him and I had multiple discussions about, you know, what constituted a well-kept yard, and you know, and there was communication there, and that was different as well. That, you know, there'd be times that we would have that call and we'd have that communication, and you know, there'd be an understanding, you know. So without communication, you know, staff's you know, position is that we have to move forward to, you know, remedy in the violation, which is what happened in this case. And it was done through proper notice with proper time given. So that's what I would say staff did.
So one of the things that I learned through UISG is maybe for the student population, a lot of them was talking about messaging, where they would appreciate more messaging. And I know that Tracy Heishu had shared the ways that the city message and that type stuff. And so we know we have a lot of programs within our city, and messaging is going to get lost. We already know that communication is not going to be there. I think that the staff did exactly what you were supposed to do. I think, at least for me, when I hear, I'm a little bit of a softie, when I hear that from, you know, the gentleman's statement that he attempted, I just have to take at the word the attempt, the knowledge that it is satisfied. You know, could there have been communication to say, hey, I did it, you know, that type stuff potentially. But I think for me in this situation, I say thanks to the staff, you did your job down to the T. I know that, you know, the possibilities that this could, you know, open up other doors for other opportunities. But for me, I'm going to support the individual in this situation.
Can I suggest, we're not talking about waiving the fee here. We're talking about a determination of whether the gentleman abated the violation. If you think that violation was taken care of by him, then that's a basis for concluding that you're not going to assess it. But we're not waiving fees.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my sense was the resident understood that he was abating the problem, and there was a miscommunication as to
Yes.
the nature of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for letting us know that. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Are we ready for roll call?
Yes.
Can you clarify what exactly we're voting on?
Sure.
It's a resolution adopting it as an assessment.
So if a counselor thought that the resident had abated the issue, we would vote no?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Thomas?
No.
Weiner?
No.
Burgess?
No.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
No.
Taylor?
No.
Teague?
No. Motion fails 6-1.
1-6, actually, but.
1-6. The positive always go first.
Yeah.
Yep.
1-6.
I thought that. Item number 16, announcement of vacancies new. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment April 4th, 2022. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, March 31st, 2020. Can I get a motion to accept the correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mims. I heard over here. Seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 17, announcement of vacancies previous. Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill a 4-year term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, March 17, 2020. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are at item number 18, and we invite Austin Wu from UISG to come and speak to us.
Hello there, it's me again.
Yes.
So first, I'd like to thank all the council and staff who came to attend last week's joint meeting with UISG and GPSG. I think many found it to be productive and illuminating into the workings of local government and the status of local issues. So with that in mind, in regards to local issues on 12 East Court Street, I don't think the height is necessarily a bad thing. I think it's good to have density, and I'm really a big fan of how few parking spaces are allotted for the number of units. If we're talking about getting people out and walking, ditching their cars, and preventing that urban sprawl that's really characterized urban development since 1945. But I think now that this stage is done, it's time, like when in future steps, to take a real good, long, hard look on what is going inside the building. When plans are released, to take a look at them very seriously, to ask, does every single bedroom need its own private bathroom? I don't think so. Does each individual person living there need 600, 700 square feet per person? I don't think so. Does each apartment need its own individual in-unit washer and dryer? I don't think so either. Those are trends that have been common in a lot of new construction that a lot of students don't necessarily need or want. They tend to drive up cost, and they're not necessarily factored in some of these amenities. And then with that, I think I'll move on to a couple of upcoming University Iowa events of note. So on Friday, the 21st of February, from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. at 1117 University Capitol Center, a panel of experts from UIHC, the State Hygienic Lab, the College of Public Health, and international programs will be hosting a discussion on the potential impacts of the COVID-19 novel coronavirus in Iowa, both medically and socially. And on Saturday, the 22nd, from 6 to 11 p.m. at the IMU, the UI Vietnamese Student Association will be hosting their 2020 Lunar New Year celebration to ring the Year of the Rat. Dinner, entertainment, and prizes are all available free of charge, but donations to charity and table reservations are all welcome. That's all for tonight. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to start with City Council information, and we're going to start with Councilor Burgess.
I have nothing.
Great. And we'll wait for Councilor Thomas to roll back.
Check my calendar, which I didn't have time to get. I have nothing either.
It's late. I'll just make it really quick. Had the opportunity, in the absence of Counselor Salee, to fill in for the refugee panel that we had. So that was for Professor Gerlach's class. So that was very interesting and appreciate that opportunity. Went to the reception to say goodbye to Dean Gardial and her husband Jeffrey Gleason, Dean of the Business College, who's leaving and heading to Tennessee. We will miss them greatly. Great additions to our community. That, I would say, is it.
Well, a number of us were at the chamber banquet, and that was now business partnership.
Yes.
So that was
I
good,
usually-
good
yeah.
event. So.
Nothing for me.
I just have a couple of things. I just wanted to mention that a number of us know former U Heights Mayor Wally Heitman, and it's been in the news and social media that he's been with all of the passengers on a cruise ship that were quarantined for 14 days for the coronavirus. And then it was mentioned that they were all going to be able to leave, but one of the passengers that had left eventually did turned positive, and so they were quarantined again. So our thoughts are with Wally and hope that your health is good and you can return to Iowa very soon. Austin mentioned the UISG GSG joint meeting. I was really impressed with the group of students that were there. They openly expressed their concerns and asked some very good questions. So thank you, Austin, for arranging that, and hope we can do it again sometime soon. Then, as Susan mentioned, the chamber banquet. It's always a nice event. Interesting this time because they unveiled their new terminology, the Iowa City Area Business Partnership. That's going to be hard for me to get used to that. It's going to be the chamber forever. Upcoming, as was mentioned, we have the joint meeting with the school district, and on Thursday the 27th, Mayor Teague and I have a listening post at the Senior Center, 6 o'clock. Everybody's welcome. Friday, the 28th, is the annual City Awards Luncheon at Robert A. Lee. That's always a good event, and such a great group of long tenure employees there. That evening also at Robert A. Lee at 6 p.m. is a dinner to top off Black History Month. The public's invited, and there's no charge. And on a more somber note, the mayor had said that I could or should add this. This past week was a rough one for many of us in the community. We lost two persons who had played major roles in the political, labor, and social justice movements and events in this community for many years. And we'd like to offer our deepest sympathy to the families of Tom Jacobs and Jeff Cox. Both died last week.
So echo the comments about the chamber dinner and the UISG GPSG meeting, which I hope will happen again. I attended a follow-on meeting of the Child Care Solutions Initiative that's rolling with the now Iowa City Business Solutions, was the chamber, and the Iowa Women's Foundation, some other groups that are working on plans for that. And further to the COVID-19, just a point of interest, the Iowa City Foreign Relations Council on February 26th at noon will have a lecture by Professor Hans Haus, who's an expert on pandemics, who will discuss the current state of that. And finally, the day after our last meeting, I attended the Police Department Awards here, which were actually really moving. And I just wanted to say a word because the police chief will be retiring now, and he framed those awards as focusing on officers who are helping others and helping their own. And I think that's very much what Chief Matherly has done during his tenure here. He's earned, he could have been a recipient himself of one of those awards. He quickly became a trusted partner in the community. He did enormous amounts of outreach. He showed up, he talked to people, he gained trust. He worked very hard on the reduction of disparate minority contact. He ensured that the officers became trained to deal with persons in crisis. So, and in sum, I would really just like to say thank you to Chief Matherly.
Thank you, Janice, because Jeff had mentioned that, and I think with all the discussion tonight with 12 East Court, I think some of us kind of forgot that, and I would like to add that I was fortunate enough to be involved in some of that hiring process as one of many members, and it was, I don't think we could have made a better decision. I think he was the absolutely perfect person for this community, particularly at the time, and all those things that you said, Janice, just an open, warm, kind, caring individual who really wanted to make sure that our police department was serving this community in the absolutely best way possible. And he truly believed that, and he lived that, and he modeled that, and he did everything he could to help with the training, et cetera, for our staff. So he's still here for a little bit, but we will miss him greatly.
Yes. Thanks for bringing that up. Certainly ditto to the words on the chief, and wish him the best in his future endeavors. I got to attend on this past Saturday, the 15th, Humanize My Hoodie screening. There will be more opportunities, I think, in the future. I would really encourage people to go out. They also have a book out that is for sale, so I would encourage people to also buy that as well. This Friday, well, today I actually got a chance to go to Rotary, I went to Rotary AM and just talked about some things that happened here in the city, and that well received. And it was at 7 a.m. and they were so live and vibrant. Yeah, they are. It was really good. And then I did get a chance to go to the Iowa City area business partnership roundtable today at noon. And that was also an opportunity just to be amongst the business community and say thanks to them from the city of Iowa City. Just a side note, I will be reaching out to you counselors because they would love to see more of us. It is on a day of our meetings, but I'll kind of navigate that outside of this time now. On this Friday, the choir, Q-U-I-R-E, which is the LGBT plus community choir of Eastern Iowa, will be having a performance. It's by Rustin, the man behind the dream, and it's going to be at First Presbyterian Church at 6 p.m. And it's a phenomenal, just singing and narration, and the choir is doing so good. And I am very fortunate to be a narrator and one of their guest soloists. And so if you have nothing to do, please come in and join the choir. On this Sunday, Bethel AME Church at 3 p.m. They are also having a kind of a Black History celebration with historic, traditional songs from the Civil Rights Movement, and that's going to be at 3 p.m. at Bethel AME. And I know that, did you mention that next on the 27th about us being at, yes, City Council listening post? So I will leave it at that. Anything else from staff?
Nothing.
There's a civil rights tour movie that was produced by staff that'll be screening tomorrow at the library at noon if you'd like a lunch break.
Awesome. Great.
The West today.
All
Move
right.
to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
Moved by Mim, seconded by Salee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned.